Heyo! Happy Monday, y'all. Welcome. Today's gonna be fun. So, one of our favorite Evo towards. You guys remember the drooling guy answers in atheism? He spits a lot and drools when he talks. Well, he had a panel of 5 people, and they reviewed my conversation with Rebecca from Examining Origins, which was actually quite a fun little exchange. I just kind of watched and waited to see if they actually confronted anything, and they did not. So I'm going to look at that today. Here he is. Here's the guy himself. How long will he be on? My normal time. What? 4 hours? Probably 4 hours. Unfortunately, I can't see that little critter on my computer. I see him I see Call Me Emo in my mobile chat, but I don't see him in my PC chat for some reason. I don't know why. It doesn't actually give me the option on the PC, on the desktop, to do the see all comments. I don't know why. I just don't get it sometimes. That's all right. So what came out of this, which would be fun, is I might get a 2-on-1 debate. I might get Austin Sims and Kurt. You guys remember the sophist, Kurt? Those two might actually debate against me, which would be great. As for the guy in the chat, Emo, I'm going to show... thank you so much. Appreciate you. Get the taxes going, you guys. Change it from top chat to all chat. Yeah, it doesn't. To all live chat. Oh, boomer stuff. Do I see him? Let me see if I see him. Where is the little Gibbons? There he is. Okay, thank you guys. Boomer time. All right, let's look at this guy, okay? So what I want to focus on the defeater to evolution, which is they can't actually argue that there are any essential properties. And for you people who aren't such nerds, in simple form, some identity, whether it's biological or even conceptual, let's say a square, these things need to necessarily have essential properties in order to refer to them. The problem in evolution is that the entire scheme is a changing set of accidental nominal properties. So the problem is you can't actually say from an evolutionary view that there's anything essential about a mammal that makes a mammal and not a mammal not a mammal. Now I bring this up to Emo here, and he just says assertions that would assume the thing in question, which is essential properties. For instance, even in this comment, there can be variations accumulated over successive generations. Is there an essential property that makes a population or a generation? Is there an essential property that makes a cauliflower and not something else, a tomato? Is there anything essential about any biological item? And I won't get an answer from this guy. Typical sophist, typical baboon. Now let's look at this comment from him before we get into the video. Why none of this makes sense? That's not it. Where is it? There it is. Here is Call Me Emo. Okay, here. Listen to this. Listen closely, Emo. This is about you. I've already responded to you on this essential versus accidental properties of organisms. The essential properties of organisms would refer to their ancestral lineage or clade. No, they wouldn't. Because from your view, there's nothing essential about a clade. It's totally arbitrary. It's taxonomy. Cladistics is completely arbitrary language. Nominalism. Do you understand? Watch him run. Hey, Call Me Emo. If you're in the chat, can you tell me what is one essential property that makes something a clade? Silence. He says now, Jim Bob, go on and on about evolution's not being able to answer your question, but let me ask you this. Oh, you're going to ask me a question. If organisms are subject to change, that would require an essential property about an organism. The organism itself has to be an identity, Emo. There could be changes about the identity, the thing that it is, but those are accidental properties. You're literally question begging here. How are you this dense? You can have changes, if the organisms are subject to change and reproduce with variations, is there something essential for an organism to be able to reproduce? How are you? I'm flabbergasted. I'd love to see them fight in a mathematical impossibility of their position. They're too stupid to understand it. They really are. You're going to see the lowest of the lowest today. The lowest of the lowest engagement, the type of engagement with my arguments. Tax, BS, have you considered my sponsorship offer? I forget what it was. Yes, I did, though. Tax for the Czar, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, so he can't answer any of these questions. The essential properties of clades are ancestors and descendants. No, dude. Is everything in the same clade? So watch this. You guys remember the meme, Jim Bob clade? Okay, if the essential property of a clade are ancestors and descendants, so my kids are just a clade of me, right? I'm the start of a clade, dum-dum? Are you a dum-dum? Am I the beginning of the clade because I have descendants? You're literally saying nothing. What's essential that makes something a clade versus not a clade? The essential properties is that they're ancestors and descendants. All organisms, from your view, would have descendants and ancestors, so everything's a clade. You see this? You see this crap? Everything's just one giant clade. There's no actual secondary clades or subcategories of clades. You dum-dum. These dumb bastards. I tell you what. Silly. Who cares what the Bible said, B.S. Lewis? We're not talking about the Bible. Do you notice how you guys can never focus on what it is you're actually claiming? But the Bible and Noah and the ark and the... Focus! So, notice how Chemo there doesn't answer any of the questions. He just redescribes the thing in question. We're asking for the criterion, not the description, okay? Do you understand, Emo? How is a clade an essential property? Where can I find... Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't find it Cartesianally. No. Where is that? Speaking of sponsorships, are you willing to sell forehead space for ads? Yes. Actually, I could actually track them. I learned on OBS you can do tracking. So if someone wants to do a sponsorship, I'm willing to shamelessly patch it onto my forehead and it'll track around. Yes, exactly. You're the start of a clade. I'm the start of a clade. Totally arbitrary, right? So let me get this. There's as many clades as there are organisms. Welcome to the critique against your nominalist view. It's a meaningless term. If my dad's the beginning of a clade, but I'm also the beginning of a new clade, and my kids are the beginning of a new clade, it's a meaningless distinction. You dummy. You're dense. You shouldn't be able to vote. Are you guys starting to get it now? Like, some of you might be like, I don't know. Oh, this is too conceptual for me. It's too philosophical. With examples, you start to see it all fall apart. Even with Emo here, it all falls apart. Watch this. Hey, Emo, is there anything essential about a whale that makes it a whale and not something else? Watch him. Watch him dance. A clade is any ancestor of all. Yeah, no shit, dude. I've already reduced your view to it's basically a distinction with no meaning. A clade is any ancestor of... Okay, cool. There are as many clades as there are individual creatures. Do you agree? Dum-dum. It's so stupid, man. How do they not see how stupid this is? This is so stupid. It's as many... You basically just said there's no distinction. Okay? Right there. A clade is any ancestor of all of their descendants. So that doesn't mean anything. There's only one clade then. There's only one actual clade, dummy. Stupid. This is stupid. I told Emo you can't use similarity as proof of transition due to the convergent evolution. He just dodged. Of course. He's going to ask you questions back. They're dumb. Yeah, this are stupid. That should be a meme. The reason why these evotards bring up our Bible out of nowhere is because they're Protestants. They are Protestant atheists. Yeah, it's true. It's sola scriptura, but it's also, they utilize the same epistemology for the world. They think they're self-evident truths. They think evidence whispers to them the interpretation of evidence. Okay? It's silly. They're silly people. Now, I like to engage with Emo first because he's always trying to go after me. And he always brings up images. He's a meme debater. He can't actually debate with arguments. He debates with memes, and he posts endless pictures of trees, of like cauliflower or mustard seed. But the thing is, that doesn't work with me because the thing you're starting with has to be coming from something it's not. Okay? Yeah, one universal clade with daughter clades. No, the daughter clades don't matter, dude. Do you understand? You're in a monistic, like a biological monism right now. Do you understand that there's no meaningful distinctions from your view? You don't understand that. Is there anything essential about a mammal that makes it a mammal and not something else? I'm still waiting for you to answer this basic question. Nothing. Nothing. And watch. It gets this panel, it's so bad. It's so bad. And I'm so glad. I want to debate 1 versus 5 of these people. I'm ready. I'm done with the one-on-ones. I think I need to go 1 verse 3, 1 verse 5. Yeah, the word daughter would be nominal too. Yeah, they don't understand this point. That they're completely arbitrary. They can't say objectively that there's a genome of a whale because there would need to be 2 things. There's already 2 essential things that need to be the case. There needs to be essential properties of genes. There needs to be an essential property of a whale. But they can't say, as per my debate with the Sam guy, is that when he says the genes of the whale are ancient, okay, so that means they're not essential to the whale. So then you have to argue from an evolutionary view, which basically collapses their entire model, which is when you study the genome of a whale, you're not actually studying the genome of a whale. You can't even say the sentence, I'm studying the genome of a whale. Or the genome, well, we studied the genome of the human and compared it with the genome of all this stuff, nonsensical, because the genome is not it has no essential properties, because that could change, but also it's not essential to the whale or the human. It belongs to something else ancient. They don't understand this. Someone made a good comment that to understand this counter to evolution, you actually have to be kind of intelligent. And I'm still waiting for Emo here. Is there anything essential about a whale that makes it a whale and not something else? Do you know what someone told me? In this video that we're about to see. They said the Pakicetus was always a whale. Which is great because that's exactly the trap I'm setting for them. They have to say the Pakicetus was always a whale. Where'd he go? The ancestry of mammals are essential to them. No, that's saying nothing. Mammals are identical to their ancestry. You're just saying mammals are what make up mammals, which is a population, which would include ancestors. That doesn't tell me what makes it a mammal. Because guess what? There's ancestry of other things that aren't mammals, right? I'm asking you, okay, see? Born with mammary glands, great. So mammals came from non-mammals, right? So that's not essential anymore, dude. If they're you just debunked yourself. Watch this, you guys. Pay attention. The ancestry of mammals are essential to them. Okay? Organisms are defined by their traits and their ancestry. Hence, females born without mammary glands are still mammals. Okay. Do they come from non-mammals in the history of time? They have an ancestor eventually back in time that's not a mammal, right? You just contradict yourself. You can't say the ancestry of mammals are essential to them if mammals, from your view, come from non-mammals. You've just given up. You've just conceded the entire exchange, dude. It's just amazing. They literally just talk and they don't think about what they're saying. They don't even think what I'm asking. And they just barf it out and they step right into my trap. Do you see this? Do you see this? You just debunked yourself. So if mammals come from non-mammals, then it's not essential. Ancestry is not essential to be a mammal because it comes from a non-mammal. Ancestry includes non-mammals, right? Doofus? You doofus, you shouldn't be able to vote. You shouldn't be able to vote. Terrible, terrible, terrible. It's depressing. It's always the implication. Yeah, they don't know entailments. They don't understand the consequences of a view. They're just like, but the thing, and the whale came from a non-whale, and the mammal came from a non-mammal. What's essential to that category?
Both have gone back and forth with Mo on X. Even if we grant Mo the images he provides, it still necessitates an objective referent that he assumes is in a category but is not in another category. This also requires a mind to interpret whether their experience is true versus false.
Mm-hmm.
Chase K.
Yes, Chase. Once you see that they just completely avoid this categorical issue, they're pretty much done because they're not going to engage with it. Christian says, regarding the cauliflower from broccoli argument, how do you argue this one? You say broccoli and cauliflower? Well, that's the thing. They always start, Christian, from an arbitrary position. So they're going to say, they're going to generalize a category called, let's say, the mustard seed. And then they're going to branch off from the mustard seed. But first of all, you have, influence, just like dogs. You have influence of engineering. So he's actually referring to a type of engineering that's done by humans with intent. That doesn't occur just naturally, right? Second of all, he's starting arbitrarily from a start point, which is a particular type of seed. But if you don't grant him this because evolution is about more of a deep time scenario. So you don't grant him that starting root. The same way they draw their tree of life out and they start with a root, Luca, right? Right? You can't just arbitrarily start with that. Because, Christian, Emo has to say the thing he's starting with actually came from something else entirely different back in time. So he doesn't want to deal with that. He just wants to deal with his arbitrary starting points. But we don't grant arbitrary starting points. We're not in the business of that in this regard because all he's showing is a variation of a thing. A variation of a thing that means that the starting thing that he's using needs to have an essential property to it that makes it something and not something else. Do you have any interest or have you tried to debate Brett Weinstein? Not really. He's really boring. He's more of a conversationalist than a debater anyway. He's probably better suited with like Dr. Nathan Jacobs. You know, they could sort of nerd out on philosophy. Yes, in the same way a cauliflower was derived from a non-cauliflower. Yeah, okay. And until when? Do you understand? Do you see? He plays into it every time. You have to keep going back in time, dude. That means that your categories are meaningless. You have to keep going back in time, right? Does a cauliflower comes from a non-cauliflower? Okay, does the non-cauliflower come from something that's essentially not what it is? Yes or no? So he's using names here. We're talking about essential properties. The name of something is not an essential property. Call me emo. This is your problem. This is your nominalistic hellscape that you're in. The name of something is not what's in question. We're asking what the essential property of it is. What is it? What's the essential property of the non-cauliflower that cauliflower comes from? That's the thing in question, you doofus. He's like, but I have names of things. I'm not asking for the names. The name of something is not an essential property of it. So the cauliflower argument is akin to the bird beak argument. Kind of. It's like the dog argument, right? There's a fundamental category that's canine. And they start with the fundamental category, and they have to argue there's an essential property for something to be in the category of canine for them to talk about it meaningfully. Then they go in and go, look at all the variations of the canine, right? That's a dog and not a wolf, technically speaking. And they say, see, it came from something that it's not, but no, it actually came from something more so that it is than what it's not. And so you start with the category. Here's the problem. And Emo's not going to understand this. He just doesn't listen. The problem is all of the variation you argue exists in a category. Evolution has to argue that the category itself is also an accidental property. That's their problem, but they never actually confront the problem. That's their problem. All right. Oh, gosh. Oh, these people are such weirdos, too. The whale stuff. Oh, you guys can't hear this. Hold on. See, I'm getting better and quicker at boomering out here, you guys. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Jim Bob, half white Justin. I agree with Call My Mommy that things with different skin colors are different species like broccoli and cauliflower. Although you could point to interbreedability emo if you were a smarter evolutionist.
Yeah, totally. But your inability to wrap your head. See, we are, S pervert. What a great name. Your inability to wrap your head around deep time and small changes adding up is not evidence it's untrue. No, that's begging the question, dude. You're claiming in your head that small accidental changes add up to an essential change. That's the thing you have to prove, pervert. Do you understand that? That's called question begging. You're starting with your assumption, the thing in question. He admits that you have to wrap your head around it. It's a concept. It's a narrative in his head. He admitted it right in his statement. You have to be creative and invent. You have to have the ability to visualize it in your head. We're not asking you to visualize it. And we know you're used to visualizing fantasies in your head, S pervert. The question is, can you show me any example ever where a collection of accidental properties of a thing, the adding up of it, changes the essential properties of the thing? And the answer is no, because you suck and your brain is perverted. Okay? Get wrecked.
Rude.
Yeah.
She was trying to take control of the conversation.
And Mike is so nice. Oh my God, it's so nice. And you were just like, ah.
Yeah, she was a lot of fun. I don't know. I enjoyed a little conversation. I managed to kind of get a little bit of a glimpse into the dark recesses of that poor mind.
Yeah, okay. Like, what if you didn't find your way out? Like,
yeah, it was tough. I
thought she was reading my comments.
Putting what? A shirt?
Yeah, sleeves in his shirt.
I just want you guys to see here that they're spending how many minutes just poisoning the well beforehand?
Oh, sleeves in a shirt. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I thank him for that. Yep. Yeah, well, the incredible thing here.
Why are you asking me to do your work for you, scumbag? Well, how do you do it? Your view is in question. Do you understand? We have a basic view that what makes something essential of what it is dictated by what it comes from, the nature of what it comes from, right? The nature of a human being is that it comes from another human being. We stick to the inductive rule when we say, well, what's that? Well, one of the key essential properties of something, of what it is that it comes from what it is. That's one of the essential properties. You actually have to say otherwise, dude. And you're asking me to argue for you? Shut the hell up, dude. Well, what do you think? It's your view.
Here is that Rebecca had Jim Bob on. She claims to be this ethical, nice Christian lady.
Because you keep saying, no, it's your view. Your view assumes that a whale is a whale and there are things that are not whales, right? Your view says that there are mammals and there are other things that aren't mammals. It's your view that there are clades. It's your view, okay? It's your view that there are humans and then there are things that are not humans, that humans came from. That's your view. They do the same routine every time. Well, you tell me your categorical system. Evolution is the question, dude. It's your view.
Lady who follows the Christian everything, and Jim Bob is the opposite of that. I mean, he doesn't even adhere to his own orthodox faith, where because they do their own apologetics, and I don't think they're supposed to be doing that.
What?
But I mean, not to mention his misogyny.
Misogyny?
And his constant making fun of women.
What?
For physical characteristics instead of their arguments, and
oh gosh, this is
treating women like objects. And
we're not talking about my view, man. My view is a view that God created kinds of things. That you have to, in order to even make sense of categories, you have to actually have a start point for categories. Your view doesn't. There's no start point for categories. There's no start point for a clade. There's no start point for a whale. There's no start point for a human. You can't even tell me when a human starts its life. See what I'm saying? They can't answer questions about evolution. They have to dodge and ask the questions of the person doing a cross-examination. You can't do it. You're basically forfeited, Emo. It's a two-quote way. Your entire position rests on your ability to dodge questions from your own position. From my position, it's perfectly fine that God created animals, and animals would necessitate categories. And then from the categories, you can have a massive amount of variation so long as you start with an objective category. But it never leaves its category. There can only be accidental property changes. Even based on logic, there could only be accidental accumulation of changes. You argue that with the accumulation of accidental changes, the essential thing changes, which is a contradiction. If the essential property can change, it's not an essential property. Do you understand? Hence why you can't define. See what I'm saying? Cool. You won't engage. I won't engage. You demonstrated you're not going to answer any questions about evolution. We're not talking about creation. We're talking about evolution, your view. And you can't actually defend it. And so you're going to try to move away. And I'm just going to ignore you then. If you're not going to engage with my cross-examine of evolution here, then you're not relevant to us. You're just going to demonstrate you can't actually defend your position. Per the Father's operations reveal natures. Natures are shared by many, so the first to have a new operation has no community, an individual lacking nature, a metaphysical problem. Absolutely, and that's the problem of evolution. There is no essential natures. And it's so bad that there's no essential nature to DNA and how it functions. Per that quote, that when you're looking at the operations of something, and the regular operations, what it does and what it doesn't do. As my little exchange with not a professor douchebag Dave, he actually had to say there's no actual proper operations for a brain. He has to say that. And he's like, what's the big problem? Like, they don't see the problem. Does this creepy old guy giving commentary on you know that appealing to feminism mating strategy doesn't work well in your 70s?
Claiming that.
He's going to get laid.
The only
No, God would not have to have categories. I didn't say have categories. God created categories. We were not talking about what God could have done, pervert. Okay? You guys are actually so spiritually ill, your brain function doesn't even work properly. I've already told you the ancestry of organisms. I already told you. You just debunked yourself, dummy. How are you this dumb? I just debunked you already. Even my own audience can give it back to you without me saying anything. Watch, I'll test it. Hey, someone in the audience who was here since the start of the stream, call Emo. When I asked, is there anything essential? How do you determine from a Evo view what's essential? What makes something essential to the organism? He says the ancestry is the essential property. Okay, so let's take mammals. What did he say about mammals? I said, is there anything essential about mammals that make them mammals and not and in contrast to not mammals? He said ancestry. You guys tell me. I'll show you, call Emo. It's not just me. It's not just me. You already debunked yourself with that.
The only reason that you have the right to vote, Robin, is because we let you.
That's actually true for men too, dummy.
He told me that. He told I
That's true for men too.
debated him once.
The only reason men can vote is because other men let them vote.
And he told me that. And I told him
Going along with Hitler, if
so, like, pretty much.
you could listen to the intro here and see what.
Jim Bob wants his followers. That's not an argument. You assuming what I want, what I don't want, doesn't get you out of this problem, man. You guys are coping and losing so bad. I love it. I want more of you here. Because all you can do is psychoanalyze. That's all you do. Psychological report. Jim Bob wants this. Jim Bob's a misogynist. Jim Bob, he just doesn't want to believe it. You can't defend your view.
What they have to say for themselves. This is like
because at some point ancestry becomes something entirely different. Yeah, because in the ancestry of mammals includes not mammals. So that means not mammals are mammals. Emo. That means not mammals have to be mammals definitionally because guess what? Mammals, according to evolution, have an ancestry of not mammals. Do you understand that? Do you need it in premise form, dum-dum? Maybe someone in the chat can do it. Look, I'll utilize my chat. I'm going to demonstrate my own chat knows these arguments. The essential property of a mammal is the ancestry that it's a part of. Its ancestry includes non-mammals, so the essential property of a mammal is non-mammal. You retards!
there's some points in here where she admits that she doesn't find Jim Bob's arguments compelling.
No, she didn't say compelling.
But she doesn't say it that way. She's like, oh no, I have to think about it more, and I probably don't understand them because I'm not a philosopher. But she basically, most of Jim Bob's crazy arguments about biological essentialism and species and kinds and stuff went right. She did not understand how he was making the point he was trying to make, and it's like he's real special, Rebecca. Nobody sees the point he's making.
Nobody sees the point I'm making. We have a PhD in philosophy and a doctor, Nathan Jacobs, who actually eloquently laid out the problem of nominalism and the problem of essential properties and accidental properties. So nobody, except a lot of people,
because it's all a non sequitur.
He doesn't even know what a non sequitur is.
She brought him on to make her look smart.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and he Jim Bob's pretty good at learning. Well, she's good at learning words too and repeating like a parrot and sounding like, they would really know.
By the way, he actually incorrectly utilized the term bioessentialism. Bioessentialism is more of a term applied to social stuff. Like it's more of a position that like there's a deterministic aspect to biological natures, ethnicities. This is more of a term that's used in a type of basically kind of like a right-wing pseudo-sociology view. That's not what I'm referring to. Because when I'm talking about essential properties, they apply to non-biological things, you dope. You lispy demon dope. Is a square a biological thing, dummy?
Know something. Most of them know just enough to be dangerous without knowing. Yep, just enough to talk rhetoric. Also, they tend to be missing chunks of knowledge sets in ways.
Big Jim Bob thinks that Jesus. Notice how you can't defend evolution. All you can do is try to move away from evolution and talk about something else. You think we evolved from a fish with no evidence. You think a small amount of time to take for creation of the world and the universe. You think that's ridiculous, and you have a view that's deep time, and you think that humans, philosophers, actually evolved from bacteria. That's what you think.
Points to the spots lacking in areas. Yeah, they're. I don't know. Maybe.
I would. Yes, I'd like to hear Satan's side of things.
I'd like to hear what he's. Yeah. I'd like to hear what he's.
My kids are a new clade. Cool. So that's meaningless. If my kid's a clade and my other kid's another clade, the term clade is meaningless. You can't actually tell me when specifically one clade is distinct from another one other than each individual organism is itself a clade. Every time a cockroach has another singular child out of like whatever, the eggs of 1,000 that get hatched, each of those are clades. Congratulations, Emo.
Exactly. Exactly. How do you think you're going to win this?
I'd like to hear the side of it.
Jim Bob's arguments amount to nothing more than Christian creationism. You aren't even dealing with my arguments. My argument is that there's a contradiction. Here's my argument, Big Bad Mama. Evolution holds that there are essential properties in nature.
JB, maybe start with asking them to make an argument. If they can't, there's going to be no bridge to converse.
Well, they have to be able to steel man an argument. Big Bad Mama. So, evolution holds that there are essential properties in nature. Evolution also holds that essential properties in nature change. That's a contradiction. If they're changing, they're not essential. They're accidental. That's the argument. You guys can't deal with it. You don't even try to understand it. You can't even try to understand it.
But yeah, like strange bedfellows right here.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Nitty can try. Nitty's our only hope here, honestly. Jim Bob believes in creation because he just likes it? No, because it's necessary, philosophically necessary. Also, it's not an evidentialist claim, dummy, you dumb pervert. Get this pervert out of here, actually. I don't even want to see the word pervert written. Get out of here. You guys, if you're not going to talk about evolution, then I don't need you here, because today is about evolution. Creationism is not a scientific claim. It's not an empirical claim. It's not an evidential claim. That's a category error. That's like saying you believe in human rights, but you have no evidence, right? You believe in human rights, right? S-pervert, you probably think you believe kids can consent. Yeah. Come on. The essential properties of organisms are their ancestry. I've already debunked that. This guy, man, how does he not understand this? Emo, I've already debunked it with a contradiction. The essential properties of swap out mammals. Here, really slow, dude. Really slow. The essential property of a mammal is their ancestry. That's saying that the ancestry of a mammal is what makes them a mammal. Their ancestry, according to evolution, includes non-mammals. That's saying non-mammals are the essential property of mammals. You need an exorcism? Argument from category error? You don't even know what a category error is. God bless you, Jim Bob. It's so great to be back on the live stream. Welcome back. Do you guys understand this? Even the basically intermediate logician or philosopher, right? Very intermediate, gets this problem that Emo's saying. And I'm going to use this in the future. So all of you Evotards who are preparing to debate me, if you ever dare to, you're going to have to deal with this. So I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I'll give you the argument I'm going to use against you. For something to be a mammal, there needs to be an essential property. If Emo says the essential property of being a mammal is its ancestry, but its ancestry includes not mammals, then you're going to say the essential property of being a mammal is being not a mammal. Now watch, he won't engage with this defeater to his view. He's just going to keep asking about creationism and stuff. Don't entertain their JB as a creationist. It's irrelevant. It really is. It's totally, an atheist can take this approach, right, that I'm taking. I'm going to help teach atheists this argument against evolution. And any of them who are brave enough to take it on will take it on. And then you guys can't say anything about creation.
Yeah, very strange.
The gaps in your gut. You're not talking about evolution. Sorry. We're not going to listen to you. If it's not about evolution, Big Bad Mama, we don't care.
Okay, I'm going to play a little bit of this, and Simos isn't here to interrupt us in the first.
See? Right there, Emo. This is your stupid view. He just two premises and a conclusion. Dumb. It's so done. Maybe Nitty can try to steel man it. Nitty, help me, Nitty. You're our only hope.
Word, so.
I'll take over Simos' job.
Okay.
Carry
Okay. Let's see if I think I'm at the beginning.
With Jim Bob. I've heard Jim Bob debate evolutionists.
Oh, hang on.
You didn't debunk it? I literally just put up an argument, dude. You're in a contradiction. They're assigned. Assigning is post. They have to actually have an essential property to assign them. Do you understand that? We've already debunked it. Look at this. Look at this problem right here, Emo. Keep dodging, dude. Look at the problem. Premise 1, the essential properties of mammals are their ancestry. Premise 2, under evolution, mammals come from non-mammals. Non-mammals are a part of mammals' ancestry. Ancestry can't be an essential property because it includes non-mammals. Do you understand?
Hang on, stop it.
He's such an idiot, man. Let's pretend, see, nothing. These people can't look. They can't actually engage. They can't. It's impossible.
If evolution is false, then how did I evolve to spray raw sewage from my breasts instead of milk?
I don't know. That's disgusting, though. 5 minutes, 6 left on the goal. Mammals is an assigned name. Yeah, nominalism, it's meaningless because there's no essential property that makes something a mammal other than you naming it. Congratulations. Welcome to Men Can Be Women. You just conceded the debate. If mammals is merely an assigned name, then assigning the name to mammals isn't an essential property that makes it a mammal, right? Otherwise, you have to believe that I can schedule a gynecologist appointment because, you know, being a woman that's required for going to a gynecology appointment is no longer needed because it's not an essential property. I have no essential properties. I can go get a gynecology exam. Clip it, ship it. You dummy. You just ended your whole view, stupid. You just proved my argument against evolution is that it starts with a nominalist framework, which collapses because you can't make meaningful distinctions between mammals and non-mammals because, drum roll, there's no essential properties.
Perfect, Simon.
Where is he? He's here.
Oh my
They like it. It's like they like it.
God! Can you? I can't believe it.
Oh, what they just said. Yeah. Did you hear?
Talk
They can't
about,
do it.
about making a grand entrance.
Where he does it, but
Yeah. Well, he is a fallacy generating machine. That's what
Name one fallacy then. Name one
he
fallacy.
does best. I have a dice here, and I'm going to write a list out of how many times he does various fallacies.
It's so true.
And yeah, we'll see what happens.
Okay.
I wonder if he's going to use the law of identity to say that species can't change.
He is, in fact.
He's been doing that. The last few times I've
Oh my gosh.
seen him, heard him talk or whatever, he's done that. It's such a ridiculous notion that...
Oh,
No, I don't argue species can't undergo change. My argument is that in order to talk about any meaningful change, you have to have an identity itself that itself can't change. Otherwise, you can't say, look at X changing. Look at the changes to X. Look at the changes that are happening to X. There needs to be an essential property for X in order for changes to be talked about X.
Is he off of the penis argument though? Like, has he?
No, the penis argument is another, by the way, an essential property of a certain category of organisms that you guys can't actually defend.
Quit? Like,
I don't think he's going to bring it up here. It'd be a little too embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing.
At bookmark 3422, he brings up the law of identity and lions coming from lions. So,
Do lions come from lions? You slithering, drooling fool?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I wonder if he thinks that Christians come from Christians.
That's not a biological category.
I don't know.
they
I don't know.
kind of do sometimes.
Well, in general, they do. That is one of
That's not a biological
the arguments
category.
against Christianity. You're right. But I'd just say, I did. I have. I did start watching this particular stream when it was live because I thought, oh, this will be interesting. Because obviously Rebecca famous for giving evidential arguments. Jim Bob famous for not giving evidential arguments. So they just.
I'm not famous for giving positive arguments, and I'm not an evidentialist, so why would I be known for it?
Going to be talking past each other. Unfortunately, I literally got longer into. Well, I had to stop it early, obviously.
The best argument they would have to say mammal is a modal descriptor that describes in a way a certain group of, typical, right? But it'd be typical. That would mean it's not essential, though. So it's nominalism. I mean, that's really what it's reduced to. It's literally the philosophy that there are just names for things, essentially. There's no realism to categories. There's nothing real about a category, which itself is a contradiction.
Because that's my thing. But shortly after, I think.
Yeah, these are the people who don't believe things. Yeah, that's it, right. That actually comes up later in this little shit show.
I heard the first time Jim Bob started talking, I just went, oh, fuck this, and switched it off.
Yeah, you switched it off, admittedly. So you're going to review something, you're going to criticize something that you didn't even watch? Unbelievable.
Yeah, I lasted 4 minutes on this video.
Oh, you too? Are you going to do a review on something you lasted 4 minutes, but you're going to telegraph to your audience what's going to happen, but you only watch 4 minutes? These people, man. They're really horrifying beasts.
First watch it.
Podcast. I'm taking L's. List 1L.
But then I spent some time on it today.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Well done, you. Well done, you. Someone's got to suffer first.
Well,
suffer little children, as they say.
It was a little tough.
I just want to remind Fred that Jim Bob is not
15 minutes and not a single counter argument.
totally useless. He can be used as a bad example.
Yeah, Jim Bob, because Rebob.
Their purpose, he mentioned.
Hilarious. He's an expert on walking and dicks, and he himself is a walking dick. That's great.
Oh, there we go.
That's perfect for him.
Is that it, Austin? That's all you got?
He, quietly changes random mutation into random evolution. That's one of his little points where he is very, very confused. Let's see. Function does not require foresight or purpose. He mentions that, and we know that.
Function doesn't require. Yeah. Okay. So if everything's just functioning, then it's nominally functioning. So if function exists, then dysfunction exists, right? This is where I would get them every time. They're like, oh, just because, something functions doesn't mean it has a purpose to what it does. Well, then why are you universally saying something is functioning or not? How would you know if something's functioning? Is it just a state of affairs? How would you know you're properly thinking if your brain is just functioning, but there's no actual way it should function or is made to function or is expected other than typically? So more nominalism, honestly, more nominalism. Nothing captures the quality of evolution defense and its defenders in modernity is the quality of microphone they use in a circle jerk. Yeah, an ankle bite. It is. It's perfect, actually. That's why I like to show it. It's hard to watch because they almost. I watched like pretty much 40 minutes maybe, listened, commented a little in the chat, and not a single steelman. Not even a charitable attempt to understand the critique. Nitty is saying my critique is in order for distinction, it requires essential distinctions. Yeah, kind of. If they aren't clear, then they're arbitrary labels. Kind of. But we're not talking about just distinctions. The distinction, Nitty, would be the descriptor of the thing, the referent. I'm actually talking, Nitty, before you describe anything. Before you describe what you think a mammal is, the assumption is that there is an essential nature of what is a mammal and what's not a mammal. If you try to exhaust the list of properties, you might not exhaust all the list of properties. But even trying to describe the thing assumes that the thingness exists and has accidental properties to it. Nitty, what I'm referring to is actually before any of this, which is there anything, before you list all the properties of a mammal, is there anything about that animal and its category that has an essential property? Are any of them essential? That's the question. Nitty, are there any essential properties to categories of animals? Like a mammal? Well, my argument is that if evolution posits that it comes from, as Emo said, non-mammals, and they're still in the same category, then that's not an essential property. If they argue that with enough accumulated accidental property changes, the mammal might cease to be a mammal, then it's not an essential property. It's also an accidental property. Ultimately, Nitty, my argument is that the evolution, if they're consistent with their view, has to hold that the category itself is an accidental property. Whereas reasonably, the way we talk about and understand things, whether it's a square or an animal, is that we talk about accidental properties about the thing that must necessarily have essential properties. That's why the square is such a good example that Dr. Nathan Jacobs brought up. No matter what color, size, angle, position the square is, in order to talk about those differences, that's adaptation in evolution, changes in skin, hair, size of something, sharpness of nails, teeth, or whatever. In order to talk about those things, you're actually assuming that there's an essential property of the thing that can't be altered, that's not changing. That's an unchanging aspect of what it is. But that's not true from the evolutionary view. It's all changing. It's all accidental properties.
Good.
Their ancestral lineage, mammals, quote, didn't change categories. Mammals came from vertebrates, and then are there essential oh my gosh, dude. Are there essential what am I going to ask him, you guys? Here, let's see if my audience is listening and learning. What am I going to ask Emo here? Because now he just switched to vertebrates. Tell me what question I'm going to ask him. Not so black, Chase, maybe, someone who's been following this more. Tell me what I'm going to ask him now that he's switched off of mammals to something else. It's like, Do you think Yes. See?
No.
All he did is just switch a category that has to also come from a non-category. So, are there any essential hey, Emo, are there any essential properties that make something a vertebrae? Tell me. Dummy.
Or stand.
See? My whole chat knows the question before I do.
Another thing they're going to do consistently, Mike, is they're going to say, "Oh, we're going to grant."
It's not even at which point, Nitty. Point is more chronology. That's still a problem under evolution because evolution claims it's an event in time. So it's totally reasonable to go, oh, you're talking about an event in time. You're going to have to talk about how this happens in time. But it's actually a problem, Nitty, again, that's worse than that. Forget the moment in time where you're going to see this in time. When? Well, then when did something become a vertebrae? Well, that's actually secondary to this problem. The primary problem, Nitty, is vertebrates themselves have no essential properties that make them vertebrates under evolution. For this reason. The same reason I'm exposing with Emo here about mammals. Notice, Nitty, when I asked, is there any essential property of a mammal that makes it other mammals not mammals? And he says, well, the essential property is their ancestry. Their ancestry includes non-mammals, right? So that's like saying in a sentence, the essential property of mammals is non-mammals. That's how stupid it is. Now he moved to vertebrates, and he's going to have to say the same thing. The essential property of vertebrates is their ancestry. Their ancestry includes non-vertebrates. The essential property of a vertebrae is non-vertebrae. Same problem.
The evolutionists this. We're going to grant them this. Grant them that. And really, they're just allowing us to opt.
Can modes be essential properties of that category? Clades, asked another way, a vertebrae would be an organism that has a backbone, a spine, which fundamentally changes the way it operates. Well, this is the thing, is that, like the person said, the quote from one of the church fathers, is that what something is, how something operates is linked to what it is. So there's what it is, but what we have access to is what its operations are. And we would say its operations are proper to what it is. This is basically, by the way, if you're not Orthodox, you might even have an angle toward orthodoxy by looking at this problem in evolution, because it actually pushes to the nature person's distinction, the essence energy distinction. Even if something changes and let's say, because you could say failure to operate is a change in its operation. If something just stops working, right? Your eyes stop working. Well, no, you're still looking at eyes and you're going, the essential property of eyes, you can list where, what they do, where they are, how they operate. But the failure to operate, them breaking, wouldn't actually necessarily be a change in the universal of what eyes do and how they operate. It would be a particular failure to operate the way we expect them to. But this gets into the purpose of things and whether or not our heart is purposed to do what it does in the body. Our mind is purposed to do, or our brain is purposed to do what it does in the body. See, nothing though. You see these? This is where we're at. I may have actually, like, aside from the big hitters who I have to earn the stage with, it's pretty much defeated. This is all you get. This is all you get from them. It's literally all you get. There's nothing there. It's the bottom of the barrel. They also cannot prove essential properties from random mutations. Yeah, well, random mutations would have to have essential property too. It's post hoc. Did you call me not so black? That hurts. I didn't. Did I call you that? That's pretty genius. Yes, vertebrates come from chordates. Vertebrates are still chordates. Okay, you keep going back though. Is there any, dude? How are you not getting this, man? Is there anything essential? Is there an essential property about a chordate? Is there any essential properties of a chordate that makes non-chordates, non-chordates, and chordates, chordates? Unbelievable, man. It's like hitting your head with a hammer. Huh?
Operate outside of the perimeter of their cognitive limitations for once, right?
All your creations are all the same? Cool. Non-argument.
All they're really doing when they're saying, we're going to grant you this.
Yeah. And then he has a pretty shitty fossil argument he comes up with, and then he talks about animation in fossils, and he's trying to get you to imagine the fossil record as like a frame-by-frame animation.
It is. That's literally the best analogy for it. You guys find a singular thing called a fossil, and then in your head, you apply movement to it. That's what animation is. You're literally giving movement to something that doesn't have movement. That's what animation is.
I'm just going to.
He's going to pretend like we dug the fossils up, and then we looked at the fossils and we said, "Oh, these fossils fit this theory." When what really happened was we made a theory, we predicted that fossils existed, and then we dug into the earth and we found those fossils that we.
No, dude, that's literally confirmation bias. You just admitted it's confirmation bias. Austin's like, this guy doesn't understand it. What we do is we presuppose our invented process, and then we look for evidence of the process, even though the evidence for the process is just us interpreting our assumed view onto the data. God, dude, don't you understand? Don't you understand what we're doing? Wow.
We predicted. He's just rewriting history.
Well,
and he
I
has
mean, I'm sorry.
You don't have an argument. You didn't make an argument. You don't even know what constitutes an argument.
Sorry, that's slightly ahistorical, I think. Sorry. I mean, I know that is the modern.
Yeah, you're supposed to create the theory from the experiment and the data, the evidence itself. You don't make a thing in. Look, I'll have watch this. I'll use the same methodology as them. I crafted a theory that God created diversity in the world. I see diversity in the world. Yay, dude! I did it! Chordates are a variation of bilitaria. And you see this? You see what I'm saying? These people are demonic. They're demonically possessed. So let me get this straight. The essential properties of a given category of an animal is it's their ancestry, which includes an endless regress of animals that aren't them. Let me say it again. Let me get this straight. From your view, the essential properties of a given category of an animal is the lineage, which includes a variety of animals that aren't those things. You get the whole song. I want to see right angles everywhere in the chat. The Tower of L's. Unbelievable, man. It's just so wild.
We are proud of what we're like. We are proud of what we're gonna. We are proud of who we are.
It's sad. It's actually sad. Well, no, Jimbo, it's easy. What makes the essential property that makes something a mammal is that it's in the lineage of a lot of non-mammals and then vertebrates, which are also from a lineage of non-vertebrates and so forth and so forth. There's no distinction.
Way it worked. But of course, we knew about fossils, or the Greeks knew about fossils.
Yeah, no, I'm talking.
My parents aren't you. No, you is a personhood. You is not found in nature. There's no you or me in nature. That's a metaphysical claim, you dummy. my parents, for me to share the nature of my parents, which is human, my parents have to be human. Thank you for using an example. That proves my point. We're not talking about personhood. You see why? What did I say before, guys? All of this goes back to proper metaphysics. And orthodoxy has proper metaphysics, and it starts with person, nature. You see the collapse here, you guys? Do you see this? See this collapse? Your parents aren't you. You is personhood. My parents and I share the same nature. There has to be necessarily something that's essential, an essential property for my parents to be able to birth me. For me to exist, call me emo, I actually have to come from something, two things, that have essential properties that are compatible. You're getting dumber. You're actually getting dumber.
Talking about specific fossils, transitional fossils.
I know that once we got the dating structure through the geological column, then we could start predicting where we would find particular fossils. And that is an evidence of evolution. I grant that's what you're saying, but it's just the way you said it.
Yeah, it's totally related too. Yep. Yeah, good insight there. It's totally related.
That's all.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to drive home the point.
You and your parents are all are all vertebrates human? See what he's doing? Are all vertebrates human? You're just saying humans are vertebrates. Yeah, that doesn't mean we share the exact essential nature as other vertebrates. It doesn't matter, because if you have overlapping features, it still doesn't actually exhaust the essential properties of a thing. So that's not a counter, dude. That's like everything's on the earth. See? Because everything's on the earth, we're all in the same category of on the earth. Therefore, we come from everything on the earth? No, that doesn't follow. It's a non sequitur. Silly pants.
I think that the two things a theory needs to do to be a good theory is to explain a large set of data with few arbitrary elements, and to
few arbitrary elements. You admit that all of the elements, not even some, all of them, Austin, are arbitrary.
Make successful predictions about future data, and evolution does exactly that.
Okay, Robert's giving us a little bit of lecture out there.
I'm not going to be able to keep up with chat. It's going too fast for me.
I said, Robert.
Okay.
How do you determine which organisms share a nature? Natures like identical natures, if they come from those things. If they come from those things. That's the first easy inductive one. How do you determine I have the nature of who I share the nature of? I come from my parents. Okay? And then you'd expand it. How do you demonstrate that other human beings share our nature? Well, you can look at a list of properties. You can look at a list of accidental properties. But you're already referring to human beings. You're already assuming the nature exists of a human being, categorically, to talk about them. All you're saying is human beings don't really exist. Okay, cool. Then you can't argue that humans come from a previous form, because there's nothing called a human from your view. It's pure nominalism. You see, from a Christian view, we have metaphysics. You guys have strict biology. And strict biology is going to reduce to nominalism anyway, because you can't account for categories anyway.
It's a little bit of lecture out there.
Anyway, Jim Bob's getting a little...
That's actually, yeah, he asked the best questions on his own view to other people. What he doesn't have is a whole worldview. When you talk about the nature of something, you're not actually just talking about biology. This is metaphysics. But Call Me Emo doesn't have metaphysics. And you could see with his willingness to defend and double down on actual contradictions. Blatant P not Ps. Blatant P not Ps. He just doesn't care. He doesn't care.
What's the word I'm looking for here? Agitated, because he wants us to move on and hear himself speak a little bit.
Oh, he wants to hear himself. Oh.
Well, I don't know exactly.
I'm still doing the overview.
He's saying I know.
Yeah, he's claiming we're well poisoning.
I'm trying to do the overview anyway. He has a similarity. He has something called his similarity dissimilarity argument, and he sounds like Trump talking about groceries or something. He just sometimes when he goes on, it just sounds like nonsense, and I have to kind of take it apart to try to figure out where his mind is going. And you can see where his mind is going, and then when you find out, you're really scared. It's like, how did you do that? Then he goes on about Pakicetus. Okay, I'm going through, and we don't have Pakicetus DNA, and that's one of his big points. Then they talk about paternity tests. Then they're going to talk about the central biological essentialism. Jim Bob has a whole theory of he buys into something called biological essentialism, which I think is from...
No, I don't, dude. That's not even the argument, you freak, you drooling retard. I don't argue bioessentialism. That's a distinct sort of philosophical category, mostly directed toward human beings and their behaviors, social things. These people are so dumb. If you Google their whale arguments, JB, you get this Reddit post through whales still have their pelvic bones from when they walked on land. Yeah, I got someone, Chaw, to admit that the Pakicetus was a whale already. It was just a land whale.
From the fucking Dark Ages? I don't know. I think it's from the Dark Ages. But it's, if whales have an essential whale nature, then whales cannot descend from something without that nature. We know that, right?
Yeah, that's actually a reasonable conclusion. If whales have an essential nature, your view that they descended from something that doesn't share its nature is not only incompatible with how we see the world today, inductively, but it's philosophically not possible.
It's like he's talking about kinds. I don't know. Anyway, yeah.
That seems to be begging the question if that is the actual argument. But we'll have to see. Yeah. We'll have to see.
And they go on and talk about Darwinism overthrowing biological essentialism, which is kind of what happened. And
oh my gosh, this guy's so stupid.
Jumbo, I recently saw a clip, YouTube short edit, where Elon Musk, aka Elongated Muskrat, said that consciousness comes from the brain because of physical reactions, as proven by the fact that when a brain is damaged, consciousness is broken. Yet, he fails to acknowledge that this is likely like saying that radio signals are created by a radio, and we know this because when the radio is broken, the radio signals come in messed up. So many atheists got mad at me, lol. Giovanni.
Thanks, Giovanni. Yeah, so bioessentialism, by the way, this guy keeps using the term, which I don't know if he purposely is poisoning the well with this. Bioessentialism is the belief that human behaviors, personality traits, and social roles are unchangeable and fixed. I'm not arguing that. You lying, drooling garbage pail.
And then mammals coming from non-mammals is a contradiction in evolution. Did you know that? That it's got you, evolutionists. Mammals can't come from non-mammals because that's a contradiction.
Can you demonstrate mammals come from non-mammals? Because that's what you have to say.
But they came from vertebrates, so didn't they?
Oh, they come from vertebrates. Did vertebrates come from non-vertebrates? Did vertebrates come from non...
Well, yeah.
Yeah, synapsids.
But they were marsupials, right, first or whatever? Or was it?
Oh, they were marsupials, right? Right. From the evolutionary view, if a zoo lasted long enough, everything would have to actually move its cage, its enclosure. Yeah, it's time to graduate. You're no longer a bear.
Well, they came from reptiles. You know, reptiles developing egg laying and then mammals.
Oh, reptiles, essential property, developing egg laying. You see the contradiction? reptiles, necessary essential property for something to be a reptile, develops the essential properties to be a reptile, but it's a reptile developing the essential properties to be a reptile. Ah! You guys see the problem there? No, it doesn't sound stupid. I literally just said what's dumb about it. Get this guy out of here. Get him out of here. Do you guys see the problem here? They have to refer to a thing that has to have essential properties so that other things are not them. Reptiles is a good example. The guy just says the reptiles have to develop their, essentially the essential properties. Thank you. Reptiles have to develop essential properties to be reptiles. Okay, that means they were already reptiles or what?
Memory.
Okay. I just know that, like, in Australia.
Emo cooked you? No, Emo got obliterated. Emo got obliterated. Average Lizard, do you know what Emo said? Emo said mammals, what makes mammals, what's the essential property of mammals is their lineage. The lineage of mammals from the evolutionary view include non-mammals. So that's like saying what's essential property of a mammal is that it's not a mammal. Stupid. And stop using bioessentialism. Okay? You drooling geriatric. I'm not a bioessentialist. That's a very specific term. You pig.
Like, there was no mammals. Like,
yeah, that's the clearest one right there, dude. Essential properties don't change. Oh, they change?
You know, when we first came in contact with Diggy, and there were no mammals there. Everything was a Mars.
You're talking about humans? I'm sorry. What's a human? I'm sorry. Answers in atheism. What's a human? Why do you keep using the term human? Emo cooked you? No, I just demonstrated. Get him out of here, too. If you guys can't deal with the problems, that's fine. But don't waste our time. Okay? Get out of here. Aren't all mammals vertebrates? I'm actually not sure about that. Are they? Is that an essential property? Okay, cool. That contradicts your category system. If the essential property of mammals is that they're all vertebrates, but you, according to your own system, include the lineage, define mammals as the lineage of mammals, the lineage includes non-vertebrates. How are you not getting this, dude? You're too dumb? No arguments, man. No arguments. It must be embarrassing to say that we come from vertebrates or fish. The actual mutation that happens to people when their entire origin story is infinite regress is fascinating. It's dark.
Well,
no, there's two types of mammals. Mammals placental and
humans say, no, we don't. Christians don't say humans came from dirt. We don't say they came from dirt. That's just equivocating on what came from dirt means. No, Christians believe God made man. That's intentional. That's an intentional act. Came from the dirt is not an intentional descriptor. Okay? You guys are sick in the head.
And then whatever the other.
If all mammals are vertebrates, where did the category change? Why are you asking me? It's your view. You're the one who's saying a category change took place, not me. From my view, a variety of animals that are made by God have similarities in their functions. Whether it's the DNA, or their nose or eyes, or whether it's unrelated animals that have wings, or digestive systems, or the coating in their body.
Jim Bob, did you ever end up making that Pixnake 2.0 thing you mentioned some weeks ago?
Not
It was
yet.
like UFO hogs or something like that.
No, I didn't. No. This guy doesn't understand that this is actually the argument against him. Where did the category change take place? Yes, thank you. That's what you need to ask yourself, dum-dum. You're the one who's saying category changes take place. We don't hold that the category changes merely because two distinct categories share a function, like a spine. We don't hold that. That's not the Christian view, dummy. That's like, in the end, you're just saying anything with eyeballs, anything with skin must come from from something unrelated with skin because, look, they have skin, right? You're cooking yourself. You're the one who says there's categorical changes, not me.
I can't remember the name of.
Yeah, you're the one who keeps saying evolution requires a category change. Yeah, it is. Lineage assumes nature of a thing. You can't have a lineage of a thing unless it has a nature, right? Can you start a lineage right now with two human beings unless there's a nature, a necessary, essential nature of humans, such that they could procreate and start a lineage? Do you understand that, dum-dum? Lineage assumes that there's some sort of essential property of what these things are such that they could maintain a lineage, that they can continue a lineage. Now, I'm not surprised, for the most part, these people don't have kids. These people have no concept of actualizing and reproducing their nature. But Jim Bob, don't you realize that it makes the distinction at the emergence of synapsids and diapsids? Boom, debunked. Debunked. Stupid, man.
Of the non-placental mammals, but that's kind of a distinction there. But there were a lot of the non-placental mammals, I think.
This cannot be real life.
Jim Bob, stick around. We want to ask you questions about your novel biological theories.
Yeah, trying to steelman his argument is kind of like erecting a noodle. You know?
Yeah, right.
We're not really steelmanning the argument at the moment. You're gonna steelman your argument.
You're going to steelman your own
You have to
argument.
bear with us. This is not a short show.
Biologists classify things. Human classify things. Why does the theory depend on that? All theories depend on philosophical assumptions. What are you talking about? What are you even saying? Your stupid theory, that's not even a theory because it doesn't even make its way through the scientific method, okay? Your dumb theory assumes essential properties of things. Otherwise, you're not talking about anything when you say, we studied the human genome. Focus, geriatric. If you study the human genome, are you saying that the genome that you're studying is an essential property to the human, or is it an accidental property? Is the genome of a person an essential property to their nature, or is it an accidental? They don't even understand the question. I'm with Mel Gibson on this one. He said, I didn't come from a silly ape. That's true.
So
Okay, I'm going to give up on
if you don't have the patience, then that's fair enough. We understand. And,
Okay.
I'm excited
yeah.
to see the chemistry, to be honest with you guys. That's why I'm here.
Well, I'm going to jump ahead to 12, I think. Because...
Oh, and Jimmy's here. Hi, Jimmy.
Hi, Dex.
What's it?
I want something on the table first before we start snacking.
Robert's chat, like.
Right there. This is the point at which she's.
Yeah.
No complex integrated systems.
Boy, is she doing a good job of steelmanning evolution. Don't you think
Well,
she's really
I don't think
viewed a record amount of this video?
you don't understand. Okay, let's move on. Let's see Rebecca Steelman evolution, because that's going to be interesting.
Does that mean you're going to shut the fuck up?
Well, because they're living, they've basically adopted a meaningless position, that there's no teleology, there's no meaning to their life. That's the consequence of believing in evolution. There is nothing. There's nothing there. They actually don't even have a good reason to argue for evolution. They don't even have a good reason to argue for evolution.
Back up for 30 seconds.
I'm going to try.
It's not like we're the ones holding this up.
Okay.
Entirely.
Because organisms are classified based on their characteristics and ancestry. Isn't it from your view that all organisms are just one single ancestry? It's just insufferable.
I started a lineage from one street to another. It felt like it took 1 trillion years.
Thank you, Vagine. Emo, aren't you saying that when you say organisms are classified based on their characteristics and ancestry, isn't it your view that it's all just one ancestry? You're lost, dude.
If evolution, why is the N-word bad? Enslaving those that can be enslaved is merely the environment selecting. Christian Potsky.
The host doesn't. I don't understand evolution. Tell me how. More like this is what we get, guys. It's the lowest of the lowest. There's no arguments. There's no reference. It's just headlines. Host doesn't understand. He just doesn't understand. You have no arguments.
Okay, here we go. Stop sharing one.
Evolutionary answer to this, period.
All one ancestry? Lost? All your subsequent categories are meaningless because you assume the start that there's just one category. The only real category that exists from you is just one, all of life. Every other thing there's no distinctions because, again, there's no essential properties. What part do you not understand? Call me emo. There's no essential properties of all subsequent categories that you're making that make them one thing and the other thing not. It's all just one monistic glob of biology from your view.
But, what they will do then, and so is appeal to fossils. So.
Oh, yeah, my favorite, yeah.
So, yes, okay, let me agree with you that we don't exactly know how random mutations plus natural selection could produce these fine and, complex integrated systems.
Boy, is she doing a good job of steel manning evolution. Don't you think
Well,
she's really
I don't think she
working
started. She said we. She's not steel manning yet. She said we,
okay.
meaning her and Jim Bob. They don't know how it evolutes.
No, scientists, evolutionary, I've debated every one of them. None of you understand mechanically how random mutation and the four mechanisms of evolution through time produce insanely advanced things like the vestibular system. You don't know how that happens. You can't explain. You just say it happens.
Evolution works.
No,
I think
look, she's got temporary evolutionists written after Rebecca right there. This is the point at which she's pretending to internally critique evolution and still straw manning the fuck out of it.
I think she's doing some fourth wall stuff here.
Oh, I see. Okay, so we don't
say more non-arguments, dude. You guys, I don't even need to argue with you because you guys show yourself. You show you're inadequate. You could never debate me on this.
So she's saying evolutionists don't.
In biology, what is an essential property? Citation, please. Biology itself. Is there something called biology? You fucking idiot. In biology, what's an essential property? I don't know. What are you referring to? Are you referring to rocks? How about clouds? Are clouds biology? Fight. In biology, what's an essential property? I don't know. Let's start with biology. Is there something essential in biology for it to be considered biology versus non-biology? It's like, hey, slobbering goblin. Is there something essential that makes something biology versus things that are not biology? It's a joke. You're a joke.
Don't know how evolutionists think.
Host is such a troll. Okay. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get this guy out of here. Beat it.
Yeah, is appeal to fossils a formal fallacy or an informal fallacy? What I want to know.
Yeah, we don't know how the mutations that we select.
I want to know. I want to know answers in atheism. Is there something essential, an essential property that makes biology biology and things that are not biology not biology? Simple question that you won't answer.
Did in teosinte for kernel size, softness, color, aroma.
The only way Jim Bob can make a point is saying everything. See, get this guy out of here too. We're just going to filter you all out. If you guys can't engage with what I'm saying, then you get out of here. We don't need to. You don't even need to see your comments because you're a waste. You're not engaging.
And the mutations that transverted stem to a cob. We don't know how those added up to evolution. Totally, Rebecca. Great fucking steel man. Continue.
What?
I want to know. I'm still waiting for answers in atheism. Is there something essential? Is there an essential property about what you call biology that other non-biological things don't have?
Eastern Orthodox. Okay, he didn't like Eastern Orthodox. Well, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna let you handle chat. Okay, we're continuing. But okay, you see how deep in thought Jim Bob is? He's really deep. Deep.
Yeah, well, he's
deep.
looking, thinking. I hate to think what he's thinking right now.
His little nub is twitching, and he's just deep thinking.
I don't know. But
when we look at the fossils,
Look at the fossils.
They tell a story.
Look
the
at the
fossils,
fossils.
we just see these beautiful transitions, and so we can see what has happened in the past.
Yeah. Okay. Well, would you say that change or transition is an event?
Yes.
Yeah.
When you find a singular particular fossil that's just an item in the
Is that an
ground,
event?
do you witness an event or an object?
I'm witnessing an object.
Yeah. So
Okay, now if a detective finds three dead
Blood
bodies,
splatter on
see how they all get nervous with this distinction? They know it's a category error to say I found the changes by looking at an object. You say I'm witnessing changes. They know it's a problem. That's why they giggle, right? Now watch. I'm going to let my own audience, because you guys are so much smarter than these people, watch what they use as an example. Watch this. Watch them get nervous, and then watch the example they bring in. The example actually proves my position about what constitutes science and what doesn't. Watch this. Would you say that change or transition is an event?
Yes.
Yeah.
When you find a singular particular fossil that's just an item in the
Is that an
ground,
event?
do you witness an event or an object?
I'm witnessing an object.
So
Okay, now if a detective finds three dead
blood
bodies in an
splatter on a
apartment,
wall. Yeah.
if a detective finds three dead bodies in an apartment, is he witnessing just objects, or is he
Yes.
perhaps witnessing a murder?
no, he's witnessing just objects, and he has to actually determine whether it's a murder or not. If you could just look at objects and determine immediately, right, it's embedded in the objects that it's a murder, then there's no investigation of whether or not it's a murder. It's like, can you believe how stupid these people are? What is a murder investigation if the person doesn't actually have to investigate whether it's a murder or not? These are insane people. These are actually insane people. Oh, I arrive on a scene. Before jumping to any conclusions, I have to examine the evidence and interpret it. But according to these people, no, you actually witnessed the murder. Are you still in here, you drooling animal? Are you still in here? Do you understand how stupid that is? Emo, let's not forget you have no essential distinction between organic and inorganic. That's what it goes to, actually, dude. And honestly, I'll give him credit for this. Planet Peterson is the only Evo proponent I've ever heard posit this, which I think is actually consistent of Peterson. That he admittedly really doesn't know the meaningful distinction between just organic and inorganic, dead matter that's not animated and alive matter, right? Other than the observation that typically it's like moving, right, or something. But it does. This is a deep one that I think mostly won't come up in debates because of how it's like a next level thing. It's ironic how quick these people appeal to mystery. We don't know, but whenever a Christian does it, yeah, I know. Okay.
I don't know. You figure it out, Jim Bob.
Yes, but Ken Hogan points out that
the quote transitional form. No, we're not. We're not talking about form, because under your view that things share similar form and don't share ancestry. Bridges the morphological gaps between groups of organisms. That doesn't tell me any essential properties of any of them, dummy. You really are a dum-dum. We're still looking for the same question, Emo. Are there essential properties of any given organism? And your view is the essential property is that they share ancestry, they have a lineage. All you're saying is that all animals are just one singular category. That's it. That's all you're saying.
when you find a fossil, you have no way of knowing if that thing ever reproduced.
The theory also predicts what features you should never find in organisms. What are you talking about? What features you should never find? That's not a prediction. What are you talking about? That's an observation. What are you talking about? Any theist could make the same thing and be like, I predict that animals are going to have distinctions, and you're going to find some organisms not have things, and some other organisms share things. See? God real.
Right. You know, we don't know if it has
that's where it's going, undoubtedly. Yeah. But I think with the, I think J. Warner Wallace thing, right? If you find a bullet in a wall and a bullet in a body.
Yeah.
Right.
What's a bullet? Do you know what a bullet is?
What's
is that an object, 2 objects, 3 objects? Because it's a body. Well, a body and 2 bullets. Wow. Right? Or is the bullet in the wall an event?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's certainly.
No. The bullet in the wall is after the event. The object is just static. There's no movement happening. It's a bullet in the wall. It's frozen in time. You have to examine it and figure out and rewind the tape, and you have to do replication. That's what forensics do now, right? They do it. They recreate scenes to a high degree of detail. Recreate the scenes.
Indicates an event, doesn't it? I don't think even
right.
Jim Bob.
Yeah, it indicates an event. Fine. If you want to say it indicates an event, but the thing is, the difference between evolution and a bullet in the wall is what, you guys? We actually have access to a referent, a whole set of experiences we can watch on video, we can watch in real life, of bullets hitting walls and bullets hitting people.
Instead of calling you emo, I'm gonna start calling you slurs. By Shiva, I will smack the taste out your mouth.
Thank you, Vagine. The difference here is that there's no observation as a reference point. We know what a murder is. That's why we investigate. Are we just like we don't know what a murder is when we investigate whether or not something happened was a murder or not? When we examine bullets in the wall, we have a reference of what bullets are and what bullets do. With evolution, you have no reference. You can't look at an object called a fossil and refer to any long-term changes that accrue from accidental properties changing that actually change the nature of what something is. You've never observed it. Guess what we have observed many times, unfortunately? Murders!
Well, we'll be as naive as to think that that's just an object.
Right.
No,
Broadly,
right.
What's going on here is that from a epistemic view, Jim has to come up with the reason why looking at the evidence is stupid. Like,
no, not stupid. Looking at data of a fossil, just a fossil, you're just comparing similarity in anatomy. That's it. You don't even have genetics. You're trying to argue an event has occurred. With forensics, we can reproduce the event. We can actually observe previous events that are like it. We have knowledge of what a murder is. We have knowledge of what certain weapons do to human beings. We know what blood splatter should look like in an event. I took forensics in college. You guys are actually retarded. Keep ignoring that the forms were predicted before they were found. That's not a prediction. What are you talking about? That doesn't actually justify or buttress your claim that animals accrue small changes and literally jump natures. They change the nature of what they are. You don't use anything from the evolutionary view at the grand scale to predict forms. You couldn't predict the form that current human beings are going towards. You couldn't predict a single form. You couldn't take a rabbit or a crab and predict the changing of its morphology in 1,000,000 years or 1,000 years. You couldn't predict any of that. You don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Like looking at the fossils and seeing the law of faunal succession emerge as you collect this data set, that's just dumb, because we already know the answer anyways, and you're just looking at bones, you're just looking at dead animals. That doesn't tell you anything.
And whatever you do not look at other examples of fossils and compare them. Do not do that.
No, you can compare fossils, but all you're comparing is similarity or dissimilarity. That doesn't get you an event called change. How do we know this? There's currently skulls of existing living animals that share phenotypical skulls, and from your own model aren't a common ancestor, don't share a common ancestor. So that doesn't get you anywhere.
Yeah. And
because of philosophy, identity, something.
And definitely don't build a model that predicts what levels of genetic...
Oh my gosh, this guy, man. Does evolution say something? Says nothing about organisms changing natures. Yeah, it does. You've already admitted this. Is the nature of a mammal different than the nature of a non-mammal? Is the nature of a vertebrae and how it operates and what it is different than a non-vertebrae? Astral lineages don't change. Okay. Is a non-vertebrae in the lineage of vertebrae? Dude, you're a sophist, dude. Is a vertebrae back in time in its lineage? Does it eventually back in time far enough? Does it come from a non-vertebrae? I'll just wait for him. Does it come from a non-vertebrae? Is the nature of a mammal different than a non-mammal? Does a mammal come from a lineage eventually back in time from non-mammals? It's so stupid, dude. Is the hippo evolving to become aquatic or land-dwelling? Yeah, let's test it. How would you know? Relationships
will be based on extinct organisms and extant organisms using things like heuristic.
Let me see. What does this guy say? He actually, this is Emo here. He says he thinks we should assume that a dead organism, a singular one, stand alone, meaning they should be considered totally unrelated to everything else. No, that's not. I'm saying, call me Emo, that looking at a singular frozen organism in the dirt because you have access to its bones or its skull doesn't actually give you change between one thing and another.
Morphology.
No one knows what you mean by natures of organisms. Unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. No one knows. Why does my whole chat know what I mean when we say the nature or the essential property of a mammal is not the same as the essential property of not a mammal? You want to take a basic one? You want just a basic, I don't know, like mammary glands? Would you grant that's an essential property of what makes a mammal? Maybe their blood. Okay. Nobody knows what you mean. As I assume there's the variety of different animals that have specific categories that definitionally, analytically, must be different than the other things that they are not.
In biogeography.
I don't know what you mean when you say a human isn't the same nature as an avocado. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Hey, Emo, is a human being the same nature as an avocado?
And then don't go ahead and verify that prediction when you're actually capable of doing genetics, right? So, yeah.
Okay, wait.
Okay, no, we're not responding to Jim Bob just yet. No.
Oh, come on.
No. wait, because it's worth pointing out with the fossils that
Look, I even told them. It proves my point. A bullet and a hole is someone, and in someone's body can be reproduced.
evolution happens on a population basis.
Yeah, you don't even have access to a population when you find a singular skull. That's a further point in my favor. When you dig up a skull, you have to assume that what's typical of that skull must necessarily be typical about the rest of the population you don't have access to.
Not an individual fossil basis. So that fossil that you find does not have to have reproduced necessarily, right?
Right.
But the fact that it's alive suggests that it's part of a population.
No, it's not alive. A fossil's not alive. It's not part of a population. It's dead, and you have to assume all of its characteristics apply evenly to the population.
Certainly if it's human.
No, that would mean that the people born without mammary glands would not be mammals. No. That would bring into another level of discussion whether or not that's a defect or not. You're back to nominalism. What do you mean people? See what I'm saying? These people are not, they're actually sophists. That would mean people. Does that mean dog? That would mean people, the thing I'm affirming, without mammary glands would not be mammals. No. That wouldn't mean that. But from your view, it would actually. That's what's kind of ironic here. Yeah, from your view, that would mean that. Not from my view. It's like almost like he understands the defeating start point of nominalism and he keeps reciting it back to me and he doesn't get that that's his view.
And certainly it was alive, but it was certainly part of...
Animals and plants are both... Nope. You keep asking me a question. Are animals and plants the same? Why are you making the distinction between animals and plants then? If they're all just one thing, why are you making a distinction in your sentence between animals and plants?
Of a population, if it's a social creature.
No need for this weird essentialism? What do you mean? The entirety of the evolutionary paradigm relies on the assumption and the denial of things that are essential. The study of biology itself assumes that there's an essential property of what makes something biological versus non-biological.
Right, and that...
It's a weird essentialism? No, it's not weird. The entirety of studying biology is based on the assumption that biology inside the system, has essential properties. And mereology, by the way, between things and mechanisms that have essential properties.
That implies.
Things that do certain things. DNA itself, RNA, how these things operate, what they do. Assume there's an essential property that makes something DNA and something that's not DNA, not DNA.
That it's more likely that then there are some descendants from creatures that are either very similar to it or the population that it died or came from.
Go back to the previous one.
Boo. He's going to rip us to shreds. Oh my God.
I am ripping you to shreds. This was yesterday, by the way. More chemical reactions coping. Seriously, though, why do they care so much? Yeah, under their view, it doesn't matter. It's just chemistry.
That's nice.
Okay, go back to the previous one.
Okay, let's see now.
Let's rip it apart.
Animals and plants have different daughter clades. Is there anything essential that makes something a clade? Dude, how do you go back to the same crap I've already refuted? You admitted that there are as many clades as there are individual items of organisms. So now you have to make distinction between the two clades. Oh, because they're individuals. What? Why are you making a distinction between animals and plants? Under your view, you don't have any essential distinctions.
Speciation is repeatable. We can observe the amount of this process that you would expect to be able to observe in a human time span.
A human time span. See what I'm saying? Human. Does in the span of time, Austin, that you have access to, doesn't the human maintain what it is as a human?
So, sorry.
Yeah, and it's
sorry.
Also wrong. It's not reproducible, right?
It's not. Thank you very much. At least one honest answer. It's not reproducible.
Yeah,
you can't murder the same guy again.
No, that's not what makes it reproducible. It's a phenomenon that's reproducible. Can you imagine how pathetic you have to be inside your mind to take this? Did you just hear him? He took the approach, basically he just threw all of science out the window. Because from his point of view, a nominal view, you can't actually reproduce the exact incident. There goes science. You can't reproduce the exact incident because every incident and every animal and every event is all nominal. It's its own thing, and there's no reason to tie it to anything else. From his own view, his own critique, from his own critique, you don't actually have a reason to believe or buy into the scientific method because you're not actually engaging with the actuality of the first phenomenon. It's all unique phenomenons. This is what's funny. They understand this. They understand this to the point where they think repeating it is mocking me. I'm not throwing science out the window, dude. Do you want to remember when you called in and said you don't know how many scientific methods there are? Do you want it? Would you like to really attack me on what science is and isn't, Austin? You literally said you don't even know if there's infinite amount of scientific methods. From that view, how do you know which method you should apply if there's infinite scientific methods, Austin? You guys are so out of your league, you just can't believe it. You know, you see like a creation tard who believes in God and Noah's Ark and all this stuff, and you think it's impossible. He can't possibly have the wherewithal to go against mainstream narrative science. Yeah, I do. I do have the wherewithal. You guys don't learn, though. You never prepare for me. You don't do the work. You just mock. That's all you do. At least my mockery comes at the tail end or the front end of an actual argument. None. You guys have none. Evotards, just make this giant fairy tale leap with me and you'll understand I'm right. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Watch. Austin, how many scientific methods are there? Watch. Austin, you think you have to replicate Pluto orbiting the sun to know that Pluto orbits the sun? No, those are two observations, dipshit. Replication is about causality, you dum-dum. What are you, scientifically illiterate? Yes, you are. You don't replicate. The observation is the observation. Watching Pluto move in the skies, that's an observation. You just said, oh, you don't have to observe to observe? Wait, you think you have to observe to observe? Wow. You don't even know the difference between replication and observation. And I'm the one who doesn't know a scientific method? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And he's already dead.
We can just see it. We just watch.
He's just an object, according.
They're real. They're real people. This is the product of many years of public education. Nominalism, evolution, moving away from the philosophy of science, which at this point, I don't even know if it's required when you enter into a science program anymore.
To your
yeah,
logic.
right. We couldn't do it again. Yeah, you could not murder that guy again.
Right. No need to nail Jesus to the stick again.
So what is his complaint here, that we can't have the fossil die in front of us again?
No, dude. My complaint is that you dig up a fossil and you look at something that's similar to another thing that's living, and you come to the conclusion that either one, that they share an ancestor, which you can't actually verify, and two, you call it transitional fossils, that you assume an event onto the singular particular.
Is that?
Events are observed and replicated. Events are movements in time that can be observed. That's what an event is.
It's just like hyper skepticism. It's just, this fossil doesn't tell you anything, nothing. You're not allowed to. If you walk in and you see somebody murdering, stabbing your wife's corpse repeatedly with a knife, and
did he answer? Austin, how many scientific methods are there? Answer that.
About how much he hates her, you can't know that he actually killed her. You can't put that evidence together.
Well, actually, you're kind of right. To some extent, even the law, through scientific investigation, forensic science, and then the actual presentation of the court, the prosecution, you're actually still working off of a likely assumption. Like, unless you get the full-on admission, right, which then you have to believe the person, even that is a problem because people sometimes falsely admit for some weird reason, whatever it is. People falsely confess to things. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's actually right. That you actually have to study the case and you have to do forensics. You have to do a lot of replication. You have to account for a lot of things in a case to know someone murdered or someone was murdered, as opposed to was an accident. From your view, though, you just observe it. No case needed. No expert witnesses needed. No judge needed. No jury needed. You just watch it and you go, oh, it's a murder. Voila. Why are we investigating anything?
You didn't see her go from being alive to her being dead because of his action. You need more evidence.
You're using Aristotelian metaphysics in a confusing way. Just because you're confused doesn't mean I'm using it in a confusing way. We are the ones that choose what is essential. Oh, it's arbitrary. Dude, he just cooks himself. We're the ones who choose what's essential. Okay. Was the idea that you choose what's essential, was that chosen? These people are real people. They're people in the world. He just said, we choose arbitrarily what's essential and what's accidental. We just choose. How? Doesn't choosing what's essential and accidental assume that action itself, the way in which you choose what's essential, is that also chosen arbitrarily? It's just amazing. It's just mind-blowing that these are people. They vote. They influence policy. They influence legislation. They argue that what's essential to something is just arbitrary. It's chosen by the people. We vote on what's... I was like, we vote. We vote on what's essentially a thing. We voted that a square, what's essential to a square is just... It's an agreement that it's 4 sides of equal segments. That's a choice. We could change that. We could change that.
And Jim Bob, you're pathetic. You're pathetic. You're just making
Jim Bob,
just to use your own criticism back against you, by the way. And also,
please, Mr. Bob, concede this point and grant me evolution is true. It's better for both of us. But don't ask what I mean by better. I simply must get back to teaching your children these facts. The H1B I'm on does not allow me to watch your stream for more than 8 work hours a day. Ja. It's just amazing. And they just bite these bullets. They just don't even care what the entailments are. We just choose. We choose. Yeah, we chose. We just chose. You're over here going on about philosophy and scientific methods. I asked you a question, Austin. How many scientific methods are there? Why should I respond to anything you're saying if you don't answer my questions? We can't know the suspect is guilty. Well, guilt is a different thing entirely to what happened. Do you understand that? You can come to the conclusion that someone was murdered and not know who's guilty. You're just you can't even keep the categories in your head. You don't think properly. Austin, you're not a good thinker. I'm a good thinker. You're not a good thinker. Determining someone was murdered and determining who did it is 2 separate positions and claims. They might be related, but they're distinct. There's a lot of murders that we know were murders, and we don't know the murderer. The whole point of this is that you guys introduced murder and forensics as some sort of analogous category to you digging up a fossil and assuming an event happened. No, the difference is, as I explained it, is we know what murders are. We know what bullets do. We know what hammers do to people's heads. Okay? Shout out to David Wood. We know what they do because we can replicate it, and we've seen it, unfortunately. The thing you're trying to say happened, you don't see. That's the difference, Austin. We can observe murders. We can observe hammers crushing heads. We can observe hammers crushing dummies' heads. We can shoot pew-pews again and recreate things like that. We can recreate blood splatter because we know how blood behaves.
We can shoot the glass and see the fraction of the glass to know where the bullet started and what direction it was facing, what angle. You have none of that when you dig up a fossil. Get wrecked. You're scientifically illiterate.
Also, there goes forensic reproduction. This is your logic, not mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all agree that forensic science is a science, right? That's why.
There's no single fixed number as philosophers and scientists view the scientific method as flexible framework. Cool. How do you arbitrate between two scientific methods then? If there's a multiplicity of scientific methods, how do you arbitrate which one is properly being the proper one used? Fucking people, man. It's just amazing. It's actually depressing. It's getting to depressing levels.
What do they call the study of fossils? Anthropology, is it?
He thinks he's bothering us. I'm probably not going to watch Jim Bob, so.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
you might
anyway,
do it.
whatever it is,
Right.
you know, people who
Oh.
study fossils, I can't remember.
Yeah, we have witnesses of murders. Yeah, we have everything. Like, we have everything we need to examine a current state of affairs and to come to some likely conclusion of what occurred, and we have to further investigate. You have none of that when you find a fossil. None.
Remember what the science is called?
None.
I'm hoping that you're going to.
Paleontologists?
Paleontologists, thank you very much. You know, that's a science, and they study the.
Actually, paleontologists. Paleontology itself doesn't actually properly go through the scientific method either. Austin, if you're going to use ChatGPT, at least be quicker about it. I know he's taking forever. That's funny. It's like every 4
these
minutes.
bones, and they compare it, make a.
What do you mean arbitrate? If the methods are good? Oh my gosh, dude. How do you arbitrate what methods are good? Fucking guy, dude. How do you arbitrate between the proper or good scientific methods if there's a plurality of them? Well, you go by the good ones. Oh, that's easy, Jim Bob. The question you asked is, how do you arbitrate which of the plurality of scientific methods are the good ones? Well, that's easy. You go by which ones are good.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Dude, should I drink? Do I need a drink? Got into a huge fight with my wife when I told her I don't believe in dinosaurs anymore. She was less mad when I confessed smoking in the truck. Thank you. That's funny. Yeah. How do you know a, quote, exists? No one who was murdered can confirm it. We just have to appeal to authority. Well, no, you have to assume what that is first. What you have to assume that those exist first. Otherwise, you can't use the term. Right? We know what that means. So to ask, did this happen,
really
is to
just
assume we
said
already
the
know what it is.
scientific method is getting in the way of his science. We wouldn't even tolerate this in my country.
So that's the whole point, Jeff, is that to ask if X happened in this case, I don't know if it is censored, an unaliving, we already know what that means. So we can investigate it. The difference between that and evolution is when they say transition happens, a movement from one organism population to another, Pakicetus to a whale in 53 million years, they don't know what that is. They've never seen it. They don't have any category for what it is. They have no explanation of how it would be. They have nothing. They just have a fantasy in their head. That's all they got. Fantasies.
Comparative models, and as I say, we also have.
They also check your facts. Dude, you don't even know what the scientific method is, man. It's pathetic.
Dating from the level.
Your view is that there's a multiplicity of scientific methods, whereas my view is there's one scientific method, and the reason it's so valuable is the experiment is the only arbiter between two competing hypotheses. Your view is that comparing two scientific methods, you need a third external method to arbitrate between methods. The scientific method was formulated so you can arbitrate between two competing hypotheses. A claim about the phenomenon that you're watching and what causes it.
Level of the.
You don't even know. It's the irony is that they think they're pro-science, and when you get down to it, engaging with them, they are so scientifically illiterate. It's like there are 8th graders who understand the problem and why experiment is the only arbiter between two competing hypotheses.
The geological column that they're found in, which can give us dates as to when these approximate dates as to when these creatures died, which helps fit into the model. And again, it's statistical analysis, right? So I know you want to give a deductive argument, and you're trying to give a deductive critique against a deductive argument, but we're making statistical arguments there.
No, you can't make a statistical argument because statistical arguments require access to favorability and unfavorability. You don't have that in evolution.
Deductive. So you need to think in a slightly different way.
No. If you're admitting right now that all of evolution is a statistical, probabilistic thing, good. Don't call that science then. I don't even grant you have access to proper statistical analysis, likelihood, probability, stochastics, and the rest. But even if I did grant that to you, which I don't, you just admitted that you're just doing philosophy and interpretation of data. That's not science. That's not natural science. That's not studying or coming to a conclusion or an explanation of cause. Like how something occurs. How is a vestibular system crafted from random mutations through natural selection?
If you're going to give some constructive criticism here, otherwise you're just straw manning, to say the very least. Paleontology. Thank you, Kevin.
Okay, Jim Bob.
You can't know anything according to Jim Bob? No, I never said that. See how you lie? You guys give up so easily. You get blown out. I eat you alive. You're not even hors d'oeuvres to me. You're like bar peanuts. And then you just give up like this. This is just giving up. You're just presenting something I've never said. I never held the position. I never voiced the position. I never said anything that entails the position. You guys lie. You have mental problems.
You have a keyboard. Okay.
Statistics isn't a natural science, he says. Okay, well, wait to misunderstand what I said.
I like how pleased with herself Rebecca looks after doing that little...
Congratulations. It's interpretation. That's what science is. Science is interpretation of the data.
Well, no, not just the data. No, science is a method. Science is a method. You don't just interpret data. You actually participate. It's an active pursuit. The scientist is someone who's in action. Okay? Interpreting data upon data doesn't arbitrate between two hypotheses about data. These people are scientifically illiterate. They really are.
I don't know if you're aware of that.
Oh, there's
statistics help us realize the what we call the statistical analysis helps us get closer to what might be the case.
What? The statistical analysis gets us closer to what might be the case. No, you can't do statistics and analyze statistics without favorable and unfavorable outcomes. And you really want to go with statistical likelihood with evolution? That's perhaps your weakest point. Forget the philosophy for a second. One of the weakest positions for evolution is mathematical statistics. Time. Action in time. What needs to happen. Random mutation. The type of mutations, according to their model, need to happen in time. The statistics are actually out of your favor. You have to admit that what we know about mathematical probability and statistics is that evolution, as it's posited, is almost mathematically impossible. I've gotten only 2 evolution proponents ever, I think, not during a public debate and like Discord engagements and stuff, to admit that yes, the entirety of the evolutionary paradigm, if you're just talking about statistics and likelihood, mathematics, probability, it's the least likely thing that you could hold to. But it had to happen because that's just the dogma. It had to have happened. Sir, in America, we say hors d'oeuvres. Thank you. JB, thank God it's gym day, going to accidentally, randomly, purposely create micro tears in my muscles and then mutate it stronger. Good luck accidentally getting stronger. Nice. And now, to honor my name day, oh, congrats, St. Lawrence, a terrible joke for everyone. Candace Owens, that's all. Oh, man, I was going to get to that. I was too feisty about this thing, but I was going to get to. Maybe we'll end with that. We'll do a little recap of where they're at now.
If you vary the statistics in the data and the model that you're using, some give better predictions than others. And when those predictions are very highly correlated with the actual facts of what's going on in nature.
The actual facts, which are also based on statistics.
Then that's what we call theories. And unfortunately for you, evolution is...
That's not what you call a theory, dude! No! Now the Britain guy, he's probably not up yet, but no, that's actually not what you call a theory. A theory in science, and evolution is proposed to be natural science because it has to do with biology, genetics, morphology. In science, you don't get a scientific theory unless it goes through the scientific method. It's unbelievable.
Is exactly one of those things. Yeah. Very highly correlated.
Okay. We haven't heard his whole argument yet. Here it's
you didn't hear any of it.
It's going to get pretty good. And Dr. Dan's here.
We haven't heard any of it, I don't think, yet.
Huh?
Yeah, Dr. Dan's here. Yeah.
Oh goody. Okay.
I know you don't know what you're talking about, Jim Bob. Cool. Are we scheduled to debate? Because you're going to be the one who has to know what you're talking about. Okay. But unless a population of infinite size never migrates, has zero mutations, isn't impacted by selection, and mates randomly, it will evolve. That's just an assertion. Evolve to what? What does that mean? Evolve to what? Will it evolve into something it's not? Will it evolve out of its current what it is category? Yes or no? You just asserting that, dude, is this it? Is this what you got? I'm just assuming over 1 million years if something's going to happen. Cool assertion. I'm not interested in your coloring book verbalized.
Okay, I'm going to let you handle comments now, Scott. I'm going to try to play some video. We got to get.
I'm like, how do you know that? He's like, because I asserted it. I asserted it. What do you mean? Didn't you hear me assert it? It's a mathematical fact. Oh, it's a mathematical fact. Oh, the Hardy Weinberg? Are you really want to appeal to the Hardy Weinberg? Right. You mean the model that can't tell you whether or not something's under natural selection or not? It just assumes if it was or if it wasn't, but can't tell you a criterion for how they know it is not under natural mutation or natural selection or not. Unbelievable, man. It's a mathematical fact. Cool. If I mathematically describe a unicorn, mathematically it's a fact, right? Good job. Math is not science. Math isn't science. Science uses math. Math isn't science. Math is descriptive. You can describe false things that don't exist with math, and it's completely consistent in the math. Science is explanatory. Do you know what that means, Austin? Austin simpleton? Science moves in a direction, in a category distinct from math. Because science, through experimentation, can actually demonstrate phenomenon. Math doesn't do that. But it's math. So according to you, you don't need a scientific method. You know what it is? If I'm wondering what's causing the illness between one group and not the other, all I have to do is mathematically describe what I think is causing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we know?
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
It's actually a category. You dum-dum. You scientifically illiterate dum-dum. You're a simpleton, dude. To pick up a fossil and say, look, math. Look at the change. Right? Reasonable?
This guy is so goddamn
I literally just responded directly to what you said. You said it's math. I just told you there's a difference between math and the scientific method. Unbelievable.
educated. It's just like, and he's calling us dumb.
Wait. They're laughing at me here. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, goody. Okay, I'm gonna let you handle comments now, Scott. I'm gonna try to play some video. We got to get Jim Bob a chance.
Math's not a just description. Okay, what else is it? You verify it. You verify the math. Math isn't just a description. You verify it by actually measuring the allele frequencies. You mean using math? So it's not just a description. You use descriptions. Is measuring the allele distribution another description? Look, do you know that measuring things also isn't science? If I measure my table outside, I'm not doing the scientific method. If I measure a tree branch, I'm not doing the scientific method. Measuring isn't the scientific method. You need measuring in the scientific method. You need math and descriptions in the scientific method. Descriptions alone, measuring alone, is not the scientific method. You pervert.
Yeah.
It's actually like beating up special people. Am I serious? That's not a response. Measuring a tree branch is not doing the scientific method. We verify math by using other math. Yeah. That's nice.
No, go ahead.
The crash out? You're in my chat. Saying a crash out doesn't actually undo the idiot things you're saying, dude. You just said math. Let's read it again. Math isn't just a description, you silly. You verify it by actually measuring, more math, allele distribution, math, and description, which the formula, mathematical description, predicts. It's not just a description, you silly. We verify it by actually describing it, which the formula, description, perfectly predicts. Dude, you're so out of your league here. Wonder if Austin can use only math to define math. Well, let's ask him. Hey, Austin. If there's a group of people that suffer some ailment and another group of people in proximity that don't, can you use math to determine what causes the ailment? It's actually a category error to pick up a fossil and say, look at the change. Right? Reason? Why are you guys giggling? It is a category error to pick up a singular fossil, look at it, and say, look at the change. It is.
Oh, this guy is so goddamn uneducated. It's just like, I can't. And he's calling us dumb.
He knows the cardinal rule of paleontology. Don't look at other fossils.
Yeah.
You can only look at one fossil.
What? No, even that. If you look at other fossils and you look at similarities and differences, you're actually not discovering change or witnessing change. You're witnessing similarity or dissimilarity.
Well, oh my God. Okay.
That's all they do. They just say, oh my God, oh, this guy's so uneducated. And then he says, look at other fossils. Same problem, guys. You look at 2 fossils, 5 fossils, 100 fossils, you're looking at similarity or dissimilarity in their anatomy. That still doesn't get you the event change.
Reasonable for one fossil, but what about if we...
Walk me through this math, Jim Bob. Adam and Eve, yeah, see, you cope. Move off of your position, right? That's all you guys can do when you lose. You get pummeled in the chat, you get embarrassed, you get exposed for being actual nincompoops, scientifically illiterate cultists. You say stupid things like math is the science. I expose how stupid that is, eloquently and funny. And then you go, show me the math, the Bible, but that's not what's in question.
We have a lot of fossils,
yeah,
and they are in a certain order, and that order seems to...
Wait a second, who put them in an order?
Who put them in an order?
Okay, listen, look, I asked this question, who put them in an order and why? According to these people in their own chat, in the chat here, they arbitrarily put them in order, right?
Who put them in an order?
Nature did.
Good question. Good question.
Notice how they didn't answer. Like, they laugh and giggle. They're like, my masters put them in order. They giggle, right? They giggle, but they don't answer the question because they would have to admit they were put in order and by someone or a group of people who had to assume the thing that they're trying to prove. And so they put things in order to try to lay out a animation in physical form, a physical animation of the thing they're trying to prove, which is change.
Well, you put them in
You're just refusing to connect the dots. No, that's actually one of my arguments, connecting the dots. Thank you for agreeing that you're just looking at a picture and interpolating it. And you're like, you're just asking us to actually do science. Look, just abstractly look at a circle made of dots and pretend it's connected. Come on, Jim Bob. I'm not demanding proof of anything. I'm demanding anything that's reasonable to assume an animal that lived one type of way in 53 million years lived entirely differently, changing its entire body plan and its function and how it mates and how it manages its body and eats and defends itself or hunts in 53 million years. You see this? This is actually one of my arguments. You're just refusing to interpolate the dots we're laying out because you don't like the picture. No. Thank you for admitting it. Laying out dots on a picture is not science. Thank you. The science has been done. You don't even know what science is, Austin. The science has been done. How many scientific methods are there? I don't know. The science has been done. Hey, Austin, let's review. Austin, how many scientific methods are there? We don't actually know. The science has been done. By which method? You guys are embarrassing.
Museum and you put them in drawers? Is that like we put them in?
Austin, if the science has been done, but there's a plurality of unknowable amounts of scientific methods, how do you know you used the right scientific method if it's been done?
Or maybe.
Get wrecked, dude.
I don't know.
No.
Many, yeah. So there's so many. How do you know which, if the science has been settled and done, how do you know in 160 years, according to your view, how do you know it was done by the right one if there's many scientific methods? It's so funny he thinks he's cooking. Oh, no, it's funny. It's funny. Honestly, I'm actually not the one doing the cooking. You know who's doing the cooking? You.
No, nature put.
You're standing in the fire.
Or alphabetical order by name. Lucy.
Oh my goodness, that's so funny.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm still
Who put them in order?
Many, yeah. There's many. There's so many. Yes. Guys, the science has been done. 160 years of it. What? Of the same method or whose method? Which one?
I mean, why? I mean, that's, again.
According to Austin, if there's a multiplicity of scientific methods, you probably need to do 160 years of all those different scientific methods. My middle school. No. What's amusing is that a middle school understanding of science. It's amusing that understanding can actually show how insane evolution is. That's what's funny. That's actually why I use it. I use a 7th grade understanding of basic science to demonstrate evolution can't even fit that. At least it should fit that. Now, your argument is, no, evolution is so complex and so wild and it takes so much time. It actually doesn't fit into the classic scientific method that it should. But that's like its advantage. It's like so awesome and out there that it doesn't even follow the scientific method.
The fact that it's who, right, is just begging the question, right? Because, like, when most of these fossils passed, right, or died and became fossilized, there were no humans on the planet. So if you're asking who put them in order, you're essentially just pointing to God and your presupposition that it must be God.
No, nobody talks about God, dude. You guys cope so hard. The reason they despise me so much is not in a single evolution debate I've ever had did I appeal to God ever.
Because God is God. I mean, it's a circular argument, you know.
Well, Satan is the one that hid the fossils.
At least begging the question. Citation needed. Citation needed for that.
Look, does Jim Bob realize how dumb he sounds? See? No arguments.
Jim Bob, I mean, you're just making some random claim again, thinking that you know it. And you
can find a fossil.
Yes.
That doesn't match any other fossil. We invented a new species. Did we invent it, or did we fucking find a fossil that
You invented all species according to you.
doesn't match any other fossil?
Yeah, that's just begging the question, you slurring degenerate. You can't say species are even a thing. And so finding, like, it's not actually controversial from your position to just find a fossil in some layer it doesn't actually belong based on your model and say, well, it doesn't belong there, but we can just actually invent a new category of species and then it does belong. We'll make it belong.
If we find a fossil, we have...
Well, they've agreed it potentially a 1 versus 2, which would be funny. Austin and the other sophist, Kurt, on evolution on breakfast tacos. So we'll see if they do it.
A fossil in our hands, and we say, oh, we invented a new species? I don't think we invented that, Jim Bob.
You invented all species. So if you invented all species and all species are an invention, they're just a taxonomical arbitrary word that we temporarily assign to a group of seemingly typically like similar things, then you invented all species.
I think
there's no such thing as a species. You just invented it, so it would be true for any species, not just the new ones you find.
We found the fossil.
Yeah, and besides which...
You don't have shit. He doesn't have anything. None of them. We get it, Jim Bob. You don't want to talk about... No, evolution is irrelevant to God, okay? You got nothing. None of you guys have anything. You really don't have anything. You can't defend evolution. You can't make your way through my cross-examination of it. You can't take it through the scientific method. You can't actually justify essential properties versus accidental properties. You got nothing. I rip you guys to shreds. And all you got is, but God not real though. But God not real though. That's all you got. It's pathetic. Thank you.
It's kind of like the other way around, isn't it? So if you find, as evolution makes predictions as to when things evolved, and if you find some...
If you're going off middle school definition of science instead of what actual philosophers of science say about the topic, you would rule out most fields of science. I do, actually. I do rule out a fair amount of people they call science. But the thing is, Andrew, they're at least saying, philosophically speaking, that they're talking about a speculative position, and they're including in the definition of science. I'm not talking about what science is, Andrew. I'm talking about the scientific method and what constitutes a scientific theory. I'm perfectly fine, as long as you guys admit it, using the term science to cast a wide net of the pursuit of knowledge about descriptive things in nature. Oh, it's an accumulation of knowledge about the natural world or whatever. Yeah, I get the colloquial sense, Andrew, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about when something's posited as a scientific theory, and when something's posited to have gone through the scientific method, we're getting a little more rigorous here, okay? Just because you can point to a colloquial use of science in a grander sense of examining the natural world, that doesn't actually deal with what I'm saying. At all. Evolution is a specific claim about events in biology. That's very specific, and what causes those events. Okay? That's about the scientific method at that point.
Something that we predicted to be evolving much later, right, in an earlier layer of the geological column, that would be evidence against evolution.
Sure, you can. You're just bound to and determined to reject. I could just say the same about you, dude. You're not making an argument. You're just bound to accept it because you want to believe in evolution. Get this guy out of here. He's a useless pig. Get out of here, you useless pig. Get back to your hard drive, you goblin.
It just hasn't happened. So if you can give me one example, like the typical one, of course, is rabbits in Precambrian, then yeah. Let's just get me that rabbit fossil found in Precambrian geological columns, please.
What?
Yeah.
Do you know how rare fossils are? Their entire paradigm rests on the rarity of vertebrate fossils. In fact, vertebrates only account for, 5% of the totality of living organisms. Then you add in, first of all, you have a low percent of vertebrates. Second of all, you have a very low percent chance of the fossilization process occurring to the extent you need to understand the referent. And they're like, find me the fossil then. Look, under your own view, you have very scarce material to work with to begin with. And finding a fossil doesn't matter, man. What matters is you guys have to explain mechanically how one thing, Pakicetus, in 53 million years, through random mutation, reproduces an entirely new body plan.
And I would completely agree with you that evolution is false.
I won't. I'm just one rabbit. No, I won't. I think it'll be put there by Satan.
What? What?
Yeah.
Jim Bob doesn't believe in dinosaurs. Is that true? Has he?
Yeah, the modern conception of dinosaurs, how it's sold? No. Why would I believe that? No, I believe big animals existed that no longer exist. But if you want to call that a dinosaur, fine. But that's actually not. That's like saying, oh, you don't think Black Lives Matter? Jim Bob doesn't think Black Lives Matter because he doesn't support the narrative and the paradigm of Black Lives Matter? Huh. I didn't know that.
He questioned dinosaurs.
He thinks they're dragons.
Yes, and
can we not date fossils? Well, even if I granted that, which I don't, because you don't have a knowable margin of error. Even if I granted fossil dating something still doesn't give you a mechanism for something changing from one thing to another. Every time, people just keep moving off of it. Hey, how do you examine or verify or explain mechanically, biologically speaking, how a Pakicetus land animal morphs through successive generations and random mutations into a whale? Well, you simply date it. You just date things. He's that kind of person. You guys don't defend what you're actually talking about. Instead, you're talking about me as a person. You guys are talking about me. This is how you cope. Cope and seethe. Oh, well, that's not a person he is. Let me do psychological analysis on it. I'm destroying your stupid view and you can't defend it.
He also...
You don't want to talk about whales, Jim Bob. You don't have a whale. You don't have anything. Watch this. Let's talk about whales, Austin. Austin, is there any essential property that makes a whale and non-whales not whales? Watch. Who doesn't want to talk about... Watch. Guess who doesn't want to talk about whales? Austin, let's talk about whales. First question. You're assuming whales as a category. Is there something that's essential about a whale that makes it a whale and all things that are not whales aren't whales? Let's talk about whales. Guess who's not going to talk about whales right now with that question? Austin Simpleton. You actually look at the evidence. Evidence doesn't tell you what it means. That's called question begging. That's question begging. Look at the evidence. That's like the Protestants. Just look at the scripture. It's self-evident what it says. You're a dum-dum. You're a dum-dum, Austin. Honestly, I don't know why you would debate someone like me. I hope you do, but I'm going to eat you alive. They will never explain mechanistically how evolution occurred. It's NPC-level argumentation. They won't. They won't ever do it. And just like Austin won't tell me. See? Don't talk about... No, I just asked you another question and you're not going to do it. I literally just said, let's talk about whales. Is there an essential property that makes a whale a whale? Yes or no? Is that the things you're talking about? Is it the nasal cavity? Okay, cool. Isn't it true from your category system that the Pakicetus is actually a whale category? Is it a whale? So you're saying they share anatomy, therefore they're both whales, right? So then there wasn't an evolution from Pakicetus to a whale. What you're saying is a whale evolved into a whale. Oh my gosh.
Is very...
Look, every answer they have, I already have the answer for it.
Very evasive about putting an age on the Earth. When I ask him how old the world is, really? He says, "Oh, I don't know. It could be anything."
Well, no. I said the question of how old the age of the Earth is you can't tackle that from your view. Austin. Let's talk about the age of the Earth now that you mentioned it. The age of the Earth. Hey, Austin, isn't it true that your view holds that the Earth is a composition, is composite of many different things from many different places in the universe at different times? That the Earth is made up of independent particular objects that preceded the shape of the Earth? Man, you guys would get wrecked. Wrecked. At least read one book about whale evolution. No, that's called begging the question. I know the story of whale evolution, and you telling me to read a book is not a defense of it. It sounds like you can't defend it, and maybe you should read your children's book again. Yeah, no, let's watch it. Let's watch it. Should we watch the evolution of the whale? Forget reading a book. Let's watch in its proper form. Animation. Evolution of the whale. You guys ready for this? I'm so glad he asked. I'm so glad. Okay, here we go. Okay, oh, look at that. Oh, what's that? The Pachycetus. I'm gonna get in here. There we go. Oh, look at it go. Look at it go. Oh, not done yet. Still going. Well, nope, not done yet. I got changes to do. I want to blossom into the beautiful whale I'm truly made to be. And the changes just keep happening. What's causing the changes? How do they know the changes happen? They don't know, but it's changing. There it goes. A dolphin-y tiger, dolphin shark. And there it goes. Oh, it still has to grow. It's like, those little, whatever, those comb-like things that catch the krill. It still has to do that. It's not done yet. Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. Here, let's try to find one that actually tries to explain it. Here, try fun. Let's just try how whales became the largest animals ever. Let's see if they do it. Here, wait. This one might do it. Animal origins. This might do it.
Success stories in the history.
Let's go. Okay, this is great. This is right up my alley. Look.
Of mammals. It's a grand epic that takes place over the course of 50 million years. How did these animals first make it to the seas, and how did they become the biggest animals to have ever lived? In order to find the answers to these questions, we'll need to first investigate an otherwise unassuming creature. During the Eocene, a small animal lived in what is now modern-day Pakistan. This animal, known as Indo-Hyas, looked like a dog with a long pointed snout. But in reality, this was actually an ungulate.
That's a whale.
Evidenced by the hooves on its feet. To be specific, this was an even-toed ungulate known as an artiodactyl. As for where it specifically fell on the mammalian evolutionary tree, its closest modern-day relative and the closest relative to all whales are hippopotamuses. While hippos would not evolve for a few million years after Indo-Hyas, they did...
You see that? You see how they talk about this? Again with the identity. Hippos didn't evolve. Well, no, if hippos didn't exist, they didn't evolve. Something has to... This is their trickery with language, by the way. For something to evolve according to their paradigm, it has to exist. You can't have something evolve unless it already exists. Law of identity. They say hippos evolved. So they do this during debates, too. You got to catch them on their sneaky little language. They go, hippos evolved. And you go, wait, are you saying the hippos came to be? Because to say hippos evolved is to say hippos exist, and what you call evolution is they have some accumulation of accidental changes. Well, no, you can't have both. You can't say the hippos evolved. You have to say the hippos came into existence. Now, they don't use that language because they know it's kind of creative. They know it's actually a myth. Hippos came into existence. That's different than saying hippos evolved.
Did share some common ancestors, and the two lines of mammals are generally grouped together under Whippomorpha. Indo-Hyas, just like modern-day artiodactyls, was herbivorous and possessed a double pulley astragalus bone. This ankle bone allowed artiodactyls to run much greater speeds, and was a feature that allowed Indo-Hyas to outrun predators. While running away was usually a good strategy for escape, sometimes the animal would encounter a pursuer that could either catch up to...
What did Austin say now? Did he say the cartoon looked reasonable?
...it on land, or one that could attack it from the air, such as large raptors. In that case...
Whales and hippos both have hair. They have similar... Yeah, I have hair too. I've got hair too. They have similar lactation. They both have yeah, we lactate too. Your mom lactates. They have similar skin. Yeah, similarity. That's that. So you're saying things that have similarity in function must necessarily come from one another? Okay. I guess that makes sense. Okay, so I share, if you look at a raccoon hand, I mean, their hand looks like a tiny human hand. It's pretty exquisite. I guess maybe we're cousins then. Is there any evidence? No, because the fundamental, it's not logically possible. Evolution as it's posited is not logically possible. You can't have evidence of something that violates the law of identity. You can't have evidence for something that violates the law of identity. It's not an evidential. This is the thing. Evolution was never an evidential outfit. It was a philosophical endeavor, and it still is. And why is that? It's philosophy that topples evolution because it's a philosophy. Now, I could internally critique evolution, demonstrate it doesn't pass the scientific method. One of the many that Austin Sims says exists. It doesn't pass any of them, even though there's only one scientific method. Look, you know what's funny? There are essential properties of a scientific method. There's a set of things that need to be in place for something to be a scientific method. So no, it's not an evidential problem. It's a problem where it violates logic itself. It rejects for something to quote evolve, it has to exist. For it to exist, it has to have some sort of essential nature to it. It has to have some essential property to it to say it exists. Evolution denies that necessary component. So it's illogical, it's irrational, it's crazy, it's Hinduism. If everything is on accident, why hasn't a desert creature developed antifreeze blood like those Arctic fish? Antifreeze wouldn't hurt a hot lizard. Well, they would just say it was incidental, and because it worked in the water, it stayed around. And they would say maybe it did happen in the desert. It just didn't stick around because of natural selection. They'd say something like that.
The ungulate had a different plan in mind, and this plan would indicate the first signs of his greater future ahead. During the time...
Evolution in no way violates the law of identity. Yes, it does. I already demonstrated with all of your claims earlier. I just told you. I'll do it again with you, buddy, because I like beating up on people like you. You deserve it. For a whale to exist, a mammal, let's say mammals exist. Okay? This is how it violates the law of identity. If to say a mammal exists is to say there are essential properties to say something's a mammal. Are you with me so far, or do you need it in crayons? To say a mammal exists and mammals don't exist, to say those two statements, there are mammals that exist and there are things that aren't mammals that exist, it necessitates an essential property or a set of essential properties for a mammal to exist. Yes? The reason it violates the law of identity, call me emo, is that you admittedly said the essential property that makes something a mammal is that it's in its lineage. And then I go, does the lineage include something that's not a mammal? And you say, yeah, that's a violation of the law of identity. That's no longer A is A. Okay? Do you understand? No, you don't understand. My chat understands.
Indo-Hyas lived. India had almost completed its journey into connecting with Asia. As such, there was only a small gap between the subcontinent and the mainland, and this gap contained a shallow ocean shelf, giving Eocene Pakistan a more coastal environment. It was in these coastal waters where Indo-Hyas would choose to escape during some tense situations. But many mammals are either
What are the essential properties of a given category of organisms? Why do you keep asking me to argue for your shitty worldview? You're the one developing essential category properties of categories. You're the one categorizing things like mammal, human being, ape, pre-human being creature, bacteria, DNA. You guys are the scum of the earth.
Semi-aquatic or even fully aquatic. You might be wondering
why. Oh, but Jim Bob, you teach me what I believe.
Then, what made Indo-Haya so special?
Incredulity? No, I didn't make one argument from incredulity.
This animal possessed unique morphological adaptations that distinguished it from other mammals of its time. Its a bony structure that encased...
Yeah, you don't need to fully exhaust all of the... you don't have to list all the properties. It could be endless.
Evolutionists make me want to punch myself in the face repeatedly.
Yeah, I know. You're also... I'm not the one positing, dude. I don't hold your view of materialism. The Christian worldview accounts for categories because we include immaterial things. We include real ontology to concepts, categories, laws of logic, knowledge, truth. All you guys can do when you're stuck in a corner is go, but you guys, we don't share your view, dude. We're not the ones reducing everything to material, natural properties. You are. You're the one doing that. You have to defend it from your point of view. All you guys do is tu quoque the entire time. Their ancestral lineage, animals, okay, we already been through this. There is a contradiction. Vertebrates have to include non-vertebrates. We already went through this, man. The astral lineage includes things that are not mammals, right? Then you move to vertebrates. We already did this song and dance. And then we go, okay, cool. The same question for vertebrates then, dummy. We already went through this.
Its middle ear bones was relatively thick and curved compared to the thin ones found in other mammals. This structure is used in mammals to help enhance noises coming from the outside. And given that it's far more difficult to hear underwater, aquatic mammals such as whales need a much thicker bulla in order to hear well.
Oh, they need... There's another problem. Is it essential to the whale that they need that? This is a perfect example, you guys. Is it essential for a whale to live underwater? It needs to develop, it needs to have this thing. Well, the problem you have is it needs to have it to live underwater. He just literally made my argument for me. For the whale to be effectively a whale underwater, it needs this particular kind of thing that does a thing so that it could be successful underwater. But from their view, it didn't always have this thing. It had to develop it, but did it develop it underwater? The place that it needs it?
The nature of Indo-Hyas bulla indicated that it was likely the precursor to the ones found in...
See, even they're using the term nature, see? Watch.
The nature of Indo-Hyas bulla...
Listen.
That it's far more difficult to hear underwater. Aquatic mammals such as whales need a much thicker bulla in order to hear well. The nature of Indo-Hyas bulla indicated that it was likely the precursor to the ones found in cetaceans.
You see what I'm saying? They put it back into like its weird rat form. And so this thing has to kind of half be underwater, half not be underwater. And then it has to finally break a threshold where it's like, it's basically made it. Where the majority of its existence, which includes temperature control systems, navigation systems that are distinct from above water to underwater, mating systems, where things are in the body, where things aren't in the body, defense systems, right? Look at whales. I mean, whales, you look at some of the technology, I would call it, that's in a whale. These people are insane. They actually have to say that this little creature, through accidental processes, random mutation of just being in the water, it accidentally, randomly, through a random process, produced the mechanism that was suitable for the water accidentally. And because it was suitable, it kept it. And this kept happening, but only in 53 million years, it was able to accidentally restructure its entire body plan such that it was an effective, massive whale mammal. Blubber. It accidentally gained blubber too, right? Right? It's just insane. These people are nutcases. Evo Tards, confirm my assertions and I will prove it. Yeah. Give me all my assertions back to me.
But unique adaptations weren't just found in the bones that helped this ungulate here. Its general skeletal structure was fine-tuned for life underwater. Its elongated dog-like snout, its thick body, and its thin but dense...
Oh, okay. So it was accidentally already fine-tuned to be underwater. What? How coincidental? How convenient?
Limbs would have helped stabilize itself when submerged, where it would be able to move and even feed on aquatic plants. The descendants of Indo-Hyas would continue building up on these changes in ways that further help...
See what I'm saying? Building up. They have no justification for the term building up. They just say it. Oh, it's just built. And listen how quickly they do it too. Looks like it's so sneaky. Listen to this. And then they build it up and really quick.
Even feed on aquatic plants. The descendants of Indo-Hyas would continue building up on these changes in ways that...
Would continue building up on these changes. From what mechanism? Hey, anybody, you guys are getting quiet in the chat. From what mechanism do you build up on changes? That's directionality. That assumes that there's something to build on. There's knowledge of building on it. There's a foundation you can build on. Accidentally? What? What are you talking about? Building? This is not biological terminology from their view. That's just totally abstracta. Oh, it just built it up. It was just building on it.
Further help them in
thing looks like Austin
aquatic
Sims.
Environments. Pachycetus evolved shortly after Indo-Hyas.
Natural selection? No, natural selection doesn't build. Dummy. You don't even know your own dogma. Random mutation inside of the body. Look at that ridiculous thing. They're trolling the shit out of you guys. Random mutation, average lizard, is the thing that produces the mechanisms. Natural selection dictates whether or not the thing that was built is effective or not. If it's advantageous, you keep it. It doesn't kill you, right? It helps you. If it doesn't help you, it might kill you. Natural selection doesn't help engineer anything, okay? You don't even know your own dogma. In a factory system, natural selection, random mutation is one section. That's where things are built from your view. Natural selection is the other building where they do quality control. You guys don't even know your own dogma. It's pathetic.
And found itself spending even more time away from land. Just like Indo-Hyas, it possessed a dense skeleton, but its limbs were
alligator dog,
much thicker and more powerful, with hands and feet that were more splayed
out,
which would have...
Who's a sculptor?
...helped it paddle in the water. But that wasn't all
It would have helped it paddle in the water then.
Pachycetus brought to the table. Its eyes were placed farther up on its skull, and was even able to slightly wiggle its...
Cool drawing. That looks like one of my kids' drawings.
...body to further aid in movement through water.
Oh, really?
Additionally, Pachycetus was now a carnivore, and it would feed on prey both on land and in the water. Evolving
was it? How did you determine that? Notice that, like something as simple as this. How would you determine that? You imagined a time frame where this creature that you had to draw was doing stuff underwater, and you don't even know. You have no idea.
48 million years ago, Ambulocetus marked the next major step.
More cartoons.
In evolution for the whales. Possessing many qualities of both its land-based predecessors and whales, this animal has often been touted as a sort of missing link for whale evolution.
Oh my gosh.
This creature's feet were even more paddle-like than those of Pachycetus, and was able to move its body up and down.
And then it got rid of, like, look at how effective those back legs are, by the way. Their idea is that the whale coming from this creature, right, removed 2 massive propellers on its body. It's like, oh, it was really super effective. It was like, it was better than the rest, and it did so well underwater because it had those back legs. It was able to kick through the water and be able to change direction and attack people, items that it needed to attack. But then,
down to a far greater degree, allowing it to swim through the water much more easily. It also had a long, streamlined body, which looked like something between crocodiles and the whales of today. One of the most...
And the whales of today, not as opposed to the whales of before.
Interesting anatomical features of Ambulocetus was a pad of fat around its lower jaw. This pad connected with its thick auditory bulla, and the two structures helped to detect underwater vibrations, where those signals would then travel to the whale's inner ear. This further...
Oh, another thing that you need to have that evolved from not existing. You see this? They just grant themselves all these meteorological miracles. Oh, and it had a pad, and the pad was actually connected to a receiver, and the receiver actually transmitted to the brain, and the brain had to make some sort of sense of it, even not conceptually, but more like impulsively or instinctually, and it just had that, by the way. But it developed the pad. So it's like a drum pad that's connected to the headphones, but the headphones already existed, but it just didn't have the right drum pad, and it's accidentally developed the drum pad. But it needed the transmission system to the brain, but that already existed because we needed it to. It's like, geez. Have you read Genetic Entropy by Dr. Robert Sanford? No, it exposes the problems with evolution in genetics. I've heard of that, though, yeah, the entropy argument. I need a yard sign. Beware of the whale dog.
Helped its ability to hear underwater, giving Ambulocetus a crucial edge in its environment. According to analysis of oxygen isotopes in its bones, researchers have also discovered that Ambulocetus was known to have drank salt water, which modern whales were also known to have done. These adaptations all helped Ambulocetus spend even more time underwater. It was able to travel much further than its ancestors, to the point where it could even visit the southern Indian island, while India may have been very close to Asia during the Eocene.
Oh, there's the Indian one.
With time, whales would be able to traverse even farther distances. Following Ambulocetus came the next group of whale ancestors.
You see these groups? You see what I'm saying, you guys? This argument of groups, they have to make up group names and chapters that are completely arbitrary, and they have new names and categories that are completely arbitrary. They go through a flux change of an organism, right? That keeps changing, and then they draw these lines. So when they say the Pakicetus evolved into a whale, one of the questions I ask is, why are we assuming there's a thing called a Pakicetus and a thing called a whale, if in between the two, you can't even tell? You're just making up chapter titles, right? You're just arbitrarily defining new chapter titles in this movement from Pakicetus to a whale and saying, and here we arrive at the new name that we have. And you're like, wait a second. According to Numbskull in the chat here, there's a new clade every time another thing is born.
Under the family Remingtonacetuidae, which included Remingtonacetus and Cuchicitus. These animals
Cuchicitus? Totally. Dude, they're trolling the crap out of you. Cuchicitus?
More in the body plan of Ambulocetus, looking even more like a whale with a long body and gradually
Unbelievable. Look at that thing. What is that? Is that a pigigator?
shortened limbs. Though they were still only semi-aquatic, Remingtonacetids were known to travel greater distances in water, and there have been some fossils of these creatures found as far west as Egypt.
And the other thing is, like, these things that did all their work, right? The ancestors did all the work. Every one of them just died out. But the whale had to exist as a successor, right? And there's none of them. And meanwhile, there's all these other animals that are much, according to their timeline, way older than this. Unchanged, by the way. Way older than this. But all of the ones that are necessary as the transitions just don't exist in any form.
As India finds...
Like, what gives? What do you have? Is there a meteor that goes underwater and kills them all, too? Or...
crashed.
Because that's what I'm saying is, like, the same problem with their argument of, like, the chicken is a version of the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs all died out. And you're like, did they? Don't they need generational succession to have a chicken? Don't you need generational succession to have the whale from these other things?
Into Asia, closing off the ancient waters where animals such as Ambulocetus once swam. Future members of this lineage had already expanded their range throughout the world. These whales were part of the family Protocetidae, and it was in this family that we find some of the strangest looking whale ancestors yet. Protocetus, like Rotocetus, had left behind their crocodilian-like forms in their limbs.
Unbelievable. It's just storytelling, dude. That's all they got. That's all they got. You saw it in the chat. You see it in every one of my debates. You storytell and storytell and storytell. You just beat them up based on their own assumptions, and they eventually give up. Just like in the chat here. They're all gone. They're all extinct. So Evo belief is all organisms come from reproductive error, accidental plus error. Well, they don't even have, like, kind of, but they wouldn't even say there's an error. You can't have an error, which is funny because a mutation is synonymous with a type of error. But now they're like catching on. They're like, oh, damn. These annoying people like Jim Bob are pointing out that things like accidents or things like errors assume some sort of behavioral property to a thing that acts a certain way, such that when it doesn't act that way, you call it erroneous. And you're like, why? Why? How is it an error? Did they give up? I mean, I would give up. I mean, I was an evotard once. Pakicetus got diabetes, became a whale. Yeah, there's nothing convincing about any of it. There's not a single convincing thing that's reasonable. Anybody just looking at it for what it is would be like, what the hell? This is like the Proddies taking what? This is like a Unitarian take on the Bible. We're like, why would we even entertain this? 50 Shades of Gucci, see this. Big old super chat. Thank you so much.
That is a big super chat.
You admitted living organisms can adapt to their environment. Yeah, that assumes that the thing that it is has an identity. Adaptation would be an accidental feature to that identity. Can't similar organisms adapt differently to different environments? Can't they do it to the extent of looking different from a common ancestor? Well, no, it's not a matter of looking different. It's a matter of what the thing is to begin with. Right? So no, there's nothing there. No, there's no reason we should believe that over long periods of time we don't have access to. There's no reason to believe that because a population or a particular category of an animal has the capacity to undergo accidental changes or adaptation. By the way, adaptation assumes that it's coded to be able to do that. So if I throw a cow in a freezer, it's already in the system that it's capable of thickening its hair in response to the environment. But that's not what's in question. What's in question is the assumption that with enough buildup of accidental properties, enough changes to things about the thing, that the thing itself changes what it is. No, that's not reasonable. That's not reasonable. Because, first of all, the assumption is that it's possible. And there's no reason to believe that's possible. To say, well, no, it just changes fundamentally what it is over time. And you go, well, then you don't have a starting position anyway. You don't have a starting position. And the problem is when you get into the categories of what things are, like a mammal, you have to say that there's a category of an animal that isn't yet a mammal, but with enough changes, random mutation that are accidental, it builds up accidentally all of the preconditions and the essential properties of a mammal. Well, then there's no essential properties of anything, including the first starting organism that you're dealing with in this hypothetical. What is it? That's the thing. You can't just say organisms. What is it? What is the organism? What does it have encased in it? What does it do? What does it eat? What is its stomach capable of digesting? You know, these are questions that you're going to have to look at and then also come to the conclusion that the way it is now is also a feature of an ever-changing predecessor. So the biggest problem here is that under the evolutionary paradigm here, this story, is that the categories themselves of the things, that they are accidental properties themselves. They are themselves an accidental property. But of what? You know, what is an accidental property? You can't even talk about accidental properties, and I don't mean accident like that, you know, everything's an accident with no purpose. I mean, in the philosophical sense, an accidental property is something that could be changed about the thing, but doesn't change the thing itself, what it is. Hey, JB in chat, hope you're all good. Please pray for me today. I start my first fasting. Been praying more and more. God bless you. Yes, Miguel. Thank you. Thank you. Evotards evolved from fallacious cetus. Are the bacteria in my gut part of me as a human? They're essential for my survival, but I don't share the genome with them. Yeah. Yeah. Or water. Yeah, all of it. Well, Jeremy, I go right to the DNA, the genome, which I discovered this another weak scale of the Evo Dragon. against Sam, I just couldn't believe it was there all along. Which was, do you guys remember what he said? He said to study the genome of the whale is studying an ancient genome. And I go, you don't have access to the Pakicetus genome. He's like, yeah, but it's ancient. So it must be the Pakicetus, because I'm just going to assume it is. But it blew my mind that it was there in front of me all along. To refer to the genome of a whale as a category, but the genome is ancient, the Evo proponent, they all left by now probably, the Evo proponent would have to tell me whether or not the genome of a whale is an essential property that makes it a whale, or it's an accidental property. Now, this is a killer dilemma here. It's a massive dilemma. I actually think this particular dilemma, if it gets popularized and it invades the cult-like academic system, it's going to force these Evo people to fundamentally change all of their presuppositions. Is your argument that this DNA decodes and selects proteins, then the protein already has to be there to select, thus creating a circular problem? Yeah, well, what I'm pointing to, thank you, Walter Mellons, is that for DNA to do what it does, DNA itself has to have some essential properties to what it is. So it just keeps asking the evolution proponent, is DNA also in flux the way a population is, or the way a species is in flux in its changes? And they couldn't tell you, and you're right, because you couldn't separate that from the thing that it's in, right? The DNA it's not just some magical thing that's in the ether that then invades a body. They might actually develop this, by the way, Walter Mellons. I said this in a couple streams ago. This particular problem of essential properties and accidental properties might actually push the Evo proponent to holding some sort of DNA ontology that somehow precedes the animal itself, and that it's more like an invasive virus or something, like a physical embodiment of something that kind of takes over like a program existing but that doesn't make sense, because the body itself is coded the way it develops by these marker systems that are based on DNA. So it forces a problem. They have to separate the DNA to be essential to the animal, and then they have to make it essential to the animal to talk about the way the animal develops. They don't know where to take it. They don't know what to, and most people, I mean, honestly, because evolution is so philosophically inept, it's so distant from proper philosophy of science, that people aren't exposed to this. They like, a lot of them don't even understand the problem. They really don't. They don't understand the problem. An infinite progression from 1 to 2, with the fraction getting smaller and smaller, the 1 eventually has to become 2. Evos can't say that when that occurs. Yeah, they don't even say how they know it occurs. They don't. Jobs dependent, I agree with that. Absolutely. Jobs definitely depend on it. Yeah, that's a big problem. That grant money, man, convincing people they were a fish. Who knew there was so much grant money for convincing people that their life is meaningless and comes from pond scum? Well, viruses don't exist. Yeah, whatever the phenomenon they're trying to refer to, it doesn't matter. Like exosomes, I don't care. Point to something that physically you can observe in the body. That's the point, is like, point to something that they believe is causing and guiding the development, even embryonic development, and ask if that thing is an essential property to the thing developing. Evolutionists have a double standard because telling a story is good enough for their worldview, but not a good... Yeah, I know. That's exactly right, Andrew. Yeah, I know. They love their story. I mean, everyone needs a creation myth. There's no avoiding it. You need a source. You need an origin story. Every origin story dictates the deontology or the absent deontology or teleology of the given view. Isn't that perfect? Isn't it perfect that people who, generally speaking, there are some theists and some Christians, so-called Christians, who try to make evolution work. My lifelong job is going to be making sure they understand it doesn't work. But for the most part, people who move toward an evolutionary view of their own existence, they're in the wake of their origin story. They're in the wake of it. Is that what something is, why something is, and to what direction it's going is given by their origin. That you can't separate teleology from origin, which is fascinating because this is true for any good novel, any good story, anything that's true that has a directionality. The origin is essentially the justification ultimately. But even in a story sense that's not unjustified, look at it. These guys love Marvel Comics. They love evolution. They love that everything's relativistic. They love that a nominalist or postmodern view that language literally dictates and creates reality. They love this idea. It's like magical powers. But there's no real purpose to it. They also love that element. Well, that's completely compatible with evolution. That their origin story is accidental. No purpose. No meaning. No truth. No direction. No obligations. No deontology. And are they not the perfect image bearers of being made in the image of pure matter? They made themselves in the image of causally effete material. Then don't they show it? Don't they behave consistent with their worldview of being made in the accidental image of pure material? They do. They do a good job at it. Alien origins are dumb, but at least it has a chance of being coherent. They should swap to... They will, Chaw. I have a prediction in our lifetime, Chaw. Make sure you heard it here first. That the evotards, the atheists, and the rest, they're going to adopt an intelligent design view. They're not going to make it God, but they're going to adopt an intelligent design view. And that could be the thing with enough cosmic philosophy about the, because they're trying to expand the evolutionary view to matter itself into the universe. Not identical to biology, but the same scheme. Changing matter, accumulation of matter, doing stuff, incidentally doing stuff, emergentism, this kind of stuff. That's the one thing that could actually move them away from this idea that that this common origin thing. And they might actually move to some sort of like design, but not God. Never God. Anything but God. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. Jason Cassell coming in with the 10. They love evolution because they love the idea that through evolution, whether artificial or natural, they become God. Yeah, absolutely. They are insane. Foolish. And biblically, when you move away from God, when you move away from the Christian paradigm, you adopt foolish views. And it's not just evolution. I mean, there are Indians literally drinking poop cocktails right now. There was a poop baby of a cow that some woman in a shawl caught with her hands and is rocking it like a baby right now. Right, Vagine? Am I right, Vagine? Oh, that's even better. Wow. Oh my gosh. Killer. Oh, that's a massive W. Wow, everyone take a screenshot of that. That's crazy. They made themselves in the image of death. Wow. Dude. Ouch. That's hard. That's like a drive-by. Oh. Thank you so much, Jason, for your generosity. Really appreciate you. That's brutal. That's a screenshot. That's like video worthy, honestly, on its own. I'm gonna really ponder on that one. Oof. That's really brutal, man. Will they evolve away from it? No, it's not so deep and I'm 14. It's way beyond your conception, Adam Court. It's way beyond your conception. No, that's way outside of I'm deep and I'm 14. That's a brutal knockout insight. Nihilism maxing, yeah. It's like what St. Seraphim Rose said in nihilism, nothing is their God and nothing is their God, yeah. Yeah, coming from death, though, is wild. Like, they actually are the result of death. They are the fruits of death. That's so crazy. Crazy. It's a cult. It's like an actual death cult. But the thing is, like, it's even worse because their metaphysics is like nothing actually dies. There's no personhood to death. There's just matter changing form. So it's even darker because life, their own life, is not distinct from death either. Like, there's no real categorical difference between moving matter that's animated, quote, and matter itself. It's all the same. It's just matter and motion. There's nothing distinct about it. Thank you. Fruits of Death, yeah. It's a good band name. Yeah, I looked in the whole... I looked into all that. Like, I couldn't get further into it. Like, I don't have enough access. So at some point, Giannis, I had to just kind of appeal to who was talking. And I think I got just to the end of it where I couldn't do any more investigation. I just had to go, okay, now I have to just kind of choose a summary of this stuff. And I think where I ended was what visibly looks like a, quote, virus, let's say, through their amplification process, like the PCR test and the rest, can look identical to something else they called exosomes. And then the question is, are these particular things that occur in the body, are they a part of the body production? And further, will we learn that what we think is attacking us is actually something that's indicative of our body responding to something? So, and then I just couldn't go any further, actually. So, God made us in his image. We made AI in our image. Yeah, and tech. Yep. Says atheists fail, refuses to defend theists. What do you mean? I don't defend theism. What are you talking about, fruitcake? Theism is not a strong position. I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm an Orthodox Christian. What are you talking about? Why would I defend theism if I hold that theism is too general and it's a bad view? What do you don't know what you're talking about? Why don't you punch yourself in your face? How about that? How about that? You don't even know what I believe. What are you doing here? What are you even doing here? Stephen Meyer, I think they're pretty good. I think they're still classical foundationalists, though. And that's always going to be a losing battle, because classical foundationalism basically starts with the atheist paradigm, which is going to be empiricism, self-evidential truths, right? The entire Enlightenment crop dust fart that we've been in. You saw it even the other day with Jay, that Catholic kid called in, started saying, Jay, we can just, Jay, stop saying my name, dude. Don't say my name. Don't say my name, say my name. Jay, we can agree on the church. The church fathers agree, right? We agree, right? We agree, right? It's just like, no, we don't agree. We don't agree. I don't. Orthodox Christians were not classical foundationalists. Reason that they're pushing evolution so hard is because if it was real, they'd be able to say our next step in evolution is transhumanism. Yeah, I agree with that. And it also, I mean, to be honest, it justified a type of a proper use of the term bioessentialism. It justified a use of it that's completely threaded. The irony is all the Evo-tards look at like Trump-tards, or Christians are like, you bunch of white racists. You're like, wait a second, are you sure you want to take that approach? Are you sure you want to take the evolutionary view and then criticize people for what? Being what? Racist? Look, racism would be totally effective and a proper expected behavior if evolution was true. What are we talking about? Just arbitrarily like, no, and by the way, this social stigma I have is really important. It's like, what are you talking about? Why would anyone care? Look, it could be a biological advantage to be a racist. You're going to argue that someone should move away from what, from your view, is biologically determined to be a racist? Out of survival, out of being effective, out of being better than other organisms at stuff or whatever? What the hell are you talking about? They don't know what they're talking about. They can't decide if they're going to hold to some realist view of things like dignity, common decency, morality, ethics, and the rest. They can't. Their worldview actually negates that. But then they're like, we got a lot of change to do in this country. You're like, really? You mean biologically determined change through evolution and self-preservation? You mean that? It's weird. Weird people. We have to wait on the NBA, WNBA. Well, I was going to think, I'm going to draw a comic today about that. Because, like, the best way to get ticket sales up is to just letting those penises in. Why does it shock atheists so badly when we say without God nothing matters? They get, because it matters to them that God doesn't exist. That's another good one. Silly pants. A bunch of silly pants. Anyway, let's watch this thing. So this is switching some topics, because, you know, all the Evos got completely blown out in the chat. And hopefully, I've got a couple debates. I'm finally debating Conspiracy Cats, I think, next month on evolution. And maybe Breakfast Tacos can get Austin Sims, what a good representation of evolution in the chat, and the other sophist, Kurt, to do a 2v1 against me. That would be epic. We aren't social Darwinists. Actually, right-wing Christians tend to be social Darwinists, rejecting Darwinism in biology. Well, yeah, I mean, there are people who are right-wing. A lot of them, at least my circles I've seen, some of them are Darwinists. They're like, you know, a concept of like a who's that crazy psycho dummy, the Cory Moller guy. He's like that. He's a perfect example. We wouldn't say he's a heretic, but yeah, colloquially, yeah, you're right about that. But the thing is, anyone who abides by evolution is by consequence a social Darwinist. There would be no argument, Hunt, against some sort of Darwinian approach to behaviors in humans. The same way you would understand the natural tendency for a group of organisms to defend itself against invasive species, whether it's plants or whatever, then humans would just be doing just that. You wouldn't make this distinction that humans shouldn't do that or it's wrong. No, it would make total sense from a strict biological view. What I'm saying is if you hold the evolutionary view, you essentially have to hold a strict biological view on things, because then otherwise you have to invent or import theological views or religious views or some sort of view on what it means to have human dignity or value against the animals, in contrast to just beasts. But that requires a Christian paradigm, so you're stuck. And that's what we see with all of my debates against people who propose Christianity and tried to hold to evolution at all. They don't have a holistic paradigm to distinguish human beings as its own category, distinct from all of the rest of the beasts. So, is a coward, he'll find a reason to bail. I don't know if he will, or maybe he won't engage directly, but who knows. All right, so this is Michael Knowles, who Andrew basically nominated right off the bat, kind of like pulled him into this. And he is then forced to respond to it. And so this is Michael Knowles' response. I don't know where they're at this like sort of like, it's like equivalent to the Mike Tyson and the other dude fight, that everyone thinks was rigged. It's kind of like that. We're reaching the level of like debate reaching like pay-per-view level, which is, in a sense, quite an accomplishment. You got to admit where debate was and now where it's at. Let's see what Michael Knowles responds to being invited to be the moderator. He's going to say some other thing. I think he can't sing and dance, and so that's a no-no.
A morning to the news that I had been invited to moderate a debate on the murder of my friend Charlie Kirk between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. Andrew had suggested me as moderator, and Candace accepted, and then they started arranging the details of the debate.
These are a few of my favorite things.
There was just one person they forgot to ask. From what I've gathered, the debate apparently involves big money, hundreds of thousands of dollars raised as prize money or something. I'm actually not totally sure what the purpose of the money is. I think I'm even being offered a cut. In any case, after giving it serious consideration over the weekend, I will be declining the invitation. The whole internet seems to think this debate will be must-see content, and I'm sure it will be. I bet it'll get zillions of views. That is, in fact, why I'm declining. I'm gratified that the debaters think I have the right temperament to moderate. I try to be judicious, not get too emotional, not call people names, and so on. But in many ways, I'm probably the single worst person to moderate this debate. Because for 10 or 11 months now, I
have been on tour, singing and dancing, dressed up like a cat.
I've been very possibly the only person on the internet who has consistently maintained that our friend's murder should not be used for podcast content.
That's actually a weak... Like, there's podcast content that's tactful and respectful and podcast content that's not. But it's literally like front and center for as long as it's been. How many months has it been? How many months has it been? It's been a couple of months. I'm losing track of time. I'm like a boomer. But no, it literally has to be. Like, this is what discourse looks like publicly. Like, you can't, there's no way around this, right? There's no way around it being the topic of talking about this stuff. Like, this is the reality we're in, Michael Knowles. That's actually really not a good excuse.
On the debate matter itself, I've said many times, I think the evidence is pretty clear that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie. But that fact alone would not preclude me from moderating. Everyone has opinions, doesn't mean you can't be fair. The bigger issue is that even if I didn't think Tyler Robinson murdered...
Hold on. I have to move my chat over so I can see it. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Charlie. I am certainly convinced that the guilt for Charlie's murder should be adjudicated with gravity and sobriety in a court of law, rather than in an Ouroboros of endless, not to mention lucrative podcasts.
I mean, I get this. I get the sentiment where we're in an era where public opinion can actually sway. Now, how do we develop the actual causality? I'm not sure. We probably couldn't do it to a T, but certainly the phenomenon of commentary, mass reporting, journalism, documentaries can sway to maybe an unknowable end, even a court case. Like, I guess it's possible, but at the same time, we're like past that. There's no point of return when something publicly happens that tilts a culture, that tilts politics, that tilts people's worldview, right? It's like a defining moment in history. This is one of them. There's no way to keep it out of the mediums that we use to talk about them. It's impossible. And you're kind of stuck going, well, do I just sit back and watch it and let the vacuum get filled with people who are willing to do it, which, by the way, is going to be mostly slop. That's what the nature of this beast is like YouTube is going to be mostly slop. AI is going to be mostly slop. The mediums are always going to be populated with mostly slop. You're going to get like the Pareto principle kicking in, where it's like 20% to 80%, and in the 20% you're going to get high value stuff, like 5% of that's going to be high value and whatnot. I think the same for this. And now if you're not going to like actively contribute to the saturated market, in this case of commentary on Charlie Kirk's death, don't be mad that it gets flooded with garbage. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just kind of it. You have to just be okay with knowing, okay, well, I'm going to back out of this particular arena. Just don't be upset when it's populated with slop, right? Don't complain that the slop needs to be countered if you're not going to counter it. That's what I'm saying. I get it. I have the same experience with a lot of stuff. Certain content, certain topics, where you just see it and you're like, oh, man. But then you see that it gets completely saturated with garbage. And so who pushes back? Where's the crema of the espresso? Why can't these creators just look at the camera and say, I'm just not comfortable moderating this debate? Yeah, I know. That's what's kind of funny about this. It's like, it's so performative. And I know it's like his chat, he's being called to make a statement. And so this is like he wants to sing. Let's just face it, Chaw. He could have. He could have taken the ukulele out. Ben said, no, that's what he's feeling. That's absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is a very divisive, explosive type of thing. I mean, you can be like caught, with your pants down. We don't want that. Right now, we're desperate. I mean, the Daily Wire is a sinking ship. It is a sinking ship. And Michael Knowles, you're going to be one of the main people who does outreach to non-Jewy people to get the trad cats in on this. And it's like, this could actually throw it off and completely wreck us. So, stand down. Stand down. Stand down. Still believe the official narrative is probably fake, but Candace needs to be humiliated publicly for saying crazy stuff and doing what Michael Knowles accused podcasters for monetizing his death. Yeah, I kind of agree with you that, like, I don't really buy everything about the official story, and I'm pretty much at this point programmed to be like, mostly no, and you can win over some yeses. That's how I interact with public official narratives. I'm mostly no, and I can slowly gain yeses, but it's got to start from mostly no at this point. Because let's face it, I mean, there's a history it's totally justified to start with a mostly no position on official narratives. But that's the thing. It's like there should be a new coined phrase. Yes, I believe there is Fed slop. Yes. Is there aspects to this case that is Fed slop that's categorized that? I think so. But you got to be objective and say, okay, there's got to be an inverse of Fed slop. So there's got to be anti-Fed slop. And what I see is that people who are triggered or sort of oriented to rejecting Fed slop, and I understand the phenomenon, I get it, they don't include anti-Fed slop. Like, you can't just say, oh, there's only Fed slop, and that's so clear, and be like, there's no anti-Fed slop. Of course there's anti-Fed slop. Honestly, the question I have is there more? From my personal purview, there's actually a lot more anti-Fed slop than Fed slop. Is there anti-narrative slop that's not slop somewhere? Probably. But that's not going to get heard. That's not loud. That's not, like, presented. What do we get? Who's the main features of the people? I mean, these people are ridiculous. Their main proponents are like Candace Owens teams up with Owen Benjamin. Like, these are your heroes of truth? What? What are we talking about? You guys, like, the pride of being a truther, right? Like, why being a truther at any level would be respectable is pretty much withered away when you nominate friggin' Candy Owens to be your hero or Owen Benjamin to be your... I mean, you've already lost.
The only silver lining in the storm cloud...
That's my thing. I actually thought that to begin with. I was like, what is this weird dilemma? Like, wouldn't it be most common that the Fed's position would actually organize and make the anti-Fed slop itself? Wouldn't they, like, according to the ultimate truther position, wouldn't it be both are Fed slop? You know what I mean? I mean, if I were to put on my hat again, it's just too exhausting. Put on my tinfoil hat and deep dive into it. I'd probably be like, well, you got to take the really aggressive truther stance, which is the anti-Fed slop is also Fed slop. That's true truthers. That's the true truther position.
Out of Charlie's murder.
I think it's just Mormons. I mean, I think it's pretty... That's my position. Can I defend it? No. Can I make a huge case for it? Nah. That's why I don't. I just say it. And then out in front, I admit I can't defend it.
The brief...
It's my hunch. It's an intuition.
Unity it brought to the right. You might recall it was very brief. The right came together as leftists at every level of politics revealed their rot and cruelty by justifying and celebrating Charlie's murder, in some cases before his body was even cold. Soon after, however, a cottage industry sprung up of Charlie murder content. Candace, of course, launched her series on the subject, which I've said many times from the beginning I thought was wrong and I wish she wouldn't do it. But it got lots of views. People found it very interesting.
Well, who, though? I mean, let's talk demographics. I mean, that's why Ben Shapiro's really pissed. There's a bunch of half-drunk wine sleuth moms who are a half a box in on their couch with their 5 dogs and their children all away at college, and they need a new soap opera. And Ben Shapiro's all, the thing is, we're totally losing out on a huge demographic of women who have, insane amount of credit cards to, at their disposal. I mean, it would be funny if Ben Shapiro went full truther. I think I did a skit on that a long time ago. Like, what would it sound like if Ben Shapiro went full truther?
And all sorts of other podcasters started doing their own shows. Full-length shows, weeks of shows, months of shows, about how much they hated Candace's shows about Charlie's murder.
Mike, just say you're the lead of a fall musical on Friday. You won't be able to do it.
And those podcasts got lots of views, too. The other group of podcasters' justification was that they wanted to debunk Candace's theories, to get people to stop watching her shows.
Honestly, the resistance to Candace Owens has been like an airplane. In order for her to take off, you need the resistance to push her up. I think it's one of those phenomenons. Like, everyone just started listening. Even the people who resisted her were like in the chat, and like, you know, it's like a fun. It becomes sort of like a tradition. It's like lolcow is like a tradition now. So it's like you're like, whoa, what's she saying? What is she saying? What's going on? Here's a fun one that no one considered. Israel used TikTok and internet chat rooms, Discord, to influence Robinson. That's doable. It's doable.
Of them, I suspect, had very good.
I would say something like, well, what does it take for someone to be like a patsy, honestly, nowadays? Like, someone like Tyler, like, not demand, like, I don't know. I haven't been watching too much of it, but like, I don't get the sense that he's like, this is horrible. I can't believe this is happening to me. I'm innocent. He's kind of a weird dude, like the way he acts just at this point. Like, he's like kind of like chirpy and smiling, and you don't get the sense that like he might be killed for it. He might get the death sentence if it's so called, you know, if it's called for or whatever. And then I go like, well, hypothetically, what does a patsy get out of it? Like, what do they get out of it such that they're just unmoved by the circumstances, that they're going to be either dead or forever in jail, and they're just unaffected by it? You know? That's the part that I don't grasp, where you see that in contrast to people, even if they're faking it, they're desperately trying to get out of it, and they're emotionally affected. Now it could be the case of just like the lawyer's like, you have to just shut up, never talk, don't show, say nothing. But I guess just from my observation, like if you're facing death or like, your entire rest of your life, multiple probably life sentences, you're not just like, I don't know. Oh, maybe is that what it is? Is it the fame? Oh, maybe that could be it. That could be it. He's kind of just, that could be one psychological factor where you're just like sort of like basking in the attention of it. It's like, oh, well, I'm just going to live out my, I mean, we actually saw that with Ted Bundy. You ever see the old interviews with Ted Bundy? I mean, that guy was in love with himself. Like every moment he was just like, yeah. It's like doing like on the fly interviews. He loved it.
Intentions. But I said at the time that I thought it was a bad idea, that it would be counterproductive, that we should state our opinions, of course, tell the truth as we see it, but that to obsess over every theory and speculation and provocation not only would not work, but in fact would do more harm than good to everyone and everything other than the view counts and bottom lines of the various podcasters.
Furry pounder?
I predict...
Can you expect a furry pounder? I feel like that's a good bumper sticker. I mean, totally not okay in public, but it's like a really, like, imagine that, just like white lettering on black across the entire back of the car. For Robinson, the reward is shower time in prison. Oh, yeah.
That this issue would only be resolved in a court of law, that opinions would only be changed by the prosecution and the defense. The sort of thing we began to see in the pretrial hearing last month.
Yeah, that ship sailed, though. That's the thing.
That all the rest of it was noise, at best, and at worst, a very dark form of entertainment. Basically, everyone ignored my opinion, and many people harshly criticized me for suggesting it. But here we are, 11 months later, and despite innumerable...
He was ideologically brainwashed. I mean, I think that's possible, but then again, you'd think the defense would be like, use that as a case for his innocence. Like, could you make the case that someone was like out of their mind? That's much harder, obviously, to do. But if that was a strong position, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what stronger or weaker ultimately positions are. It seems to be like you have to assess it from your experience as being a lawyer. But Is that a possible out? If that were the case, is that like a way to get out of it or reduce it? Is that you were actually the victim of manipulation? You know, is that even something that has been demonstrated as a defense in history, where you're like, no, it's been proven?
As I mentioned on the last show, I woke up Friday morning to the news that I had been invited to moderate a group of podcasters' justification was that they wanted to debunk Candace's theories, to get people to stop watching her shows. Many of them, I suspect, had very good intentions. But I said at the time that I thought it was a bad...
The Mormons hired John the Immortal to do the job, and Bigfoot helped them. Right, yeah. Yeah, hide the weapon in the woods because his Miami funds depleted with the backing of Israel. I just think that's a good graphic novel.
That idea.
That's
that
all.
It would be counterproductive. That we should state our opinions, of course.
6 out of 10, 3 minutes, 4 minutes left, y'all. 4 left, 4 minutes left.
Tell the truth as we see it, but that to obsess over every theory and speculation and provocation not only would not work, but in fact would do more harm than good to everyone and everything other than the view counts and bottom line.
Conspiracies do not exist, ? I am not conspiracy theorist. I'm conspiracy realist. Well, that's true. Conspiracies definitely exist.
Of the various podcasters. I predicted that this issue would only be resolved in a court of law, that opinions would only be changed by the prosecution and the defense, the sort of thing we began to see in the pretrial hearing last month, that all the rest of it was noise at best, and at worst, a very high opinion, and many people harshly criticized me for suggesting it. But here we are, 11 months later.
Oh, it's almost
and despite innumerable podcasts on the subject, the matter has not been resolved. The rancor has gotten worse. The appetite...
Ben wrote this. He's literally typing it right now.
...for the Charlie murder industry is higher than ever.
That is not how I asked you to say that. I wanted a little more inflection. Come on, you're an actor. Sing and dance for me, puppet. Goy.
So, this debate will be the Super Bowl of Charlie murder content. Millions of people will watch it. Lots of money will be made. Lots of opinions will be put forward. And I strongly suspect that this, too, will fail to put the matter to rest. Lots of very fine people I quite like and admire, friends of mine, think this debate is a good idea. I am in the distinct minority of people who have consistently held that all of this chatter is not doing any good whatsoever. Everyone else, on all sides of the subject, seems to think that we're just one podcast away from settling it. So because...
Ben is under the desk right now. Not for the reasons you think, you pervert. This is where I'm most comfortable.
Of that, I'm
going to pinch your leg. I'm going to pinch your leg.
Sure Andrew and
stay on task.
Candace will have no trouble finding a suitable moderator, probably several, who holds a different view of the genre than I do. However, since I was briefly roped into all of this, I would like to make a couple proposals before I end my involuntary involvement. First, I understand there's a lot of money on the line in this debate. I don't know the exact number or even how it's supposed to be distributed. If it's a split among the debaters and the moderator, or if it's a prize for the winner, or if there will even be a declared winner. I don't know. What I propose, though, is that every penny of the prize money, as well as the video monetization revenue from however many platforms this is streamed on and restreamed on, probably hundreds of them, goes to Charlie's kids. I would suggest a college scholarship fund, but Charlie famously hated college. Other than Hillsdale, maybe Liberty, a few other.
I feel like this is a sequel to The Christmas Story.
But put it in a trust for that. Something.
It's weird when you add music, you like really... It really gets like the sentiment of it easier.
Some way to avoid a circumstance in which anyone is profiting off our buddy's corpse. My second proposal.
I mean, to the conspiratards... look, to their point, like the continued merch sales, the freedom shirt, anything Topus is doing that's sort of capitalizing on his death, putting him out there as an image, selling the image, like, you know, come on. This has already happened a lot, right? You'd have to actually accuse Erica of this as well if this was the principled position. You know what I mean? You know? So it's like, This is all part of Jim Bob's conspiracy to rebrand as a red-pilled coach by Jim Bob, and my evidence is, come on, just look at the evidence. I'm actually very happy and blessed to be very distant from a lot of this stuff. It's not my wheelhouse anyway. Like, I don't have really good takes on this. I don't have the time to examine it. You know, I'm just happy to start my next icon this week.
Is that everyone involved, the debaters, the moderator, the audience, everyone
who added the music,
agrees to keep the cameras rolling for as long as it takes to hash out all of the issues and opinions and intuitions and anything else that can possibly come to mind, and then to put an end to the
My recommendation is to end world hunger with this one debate.
Murder industry. For
the Charlie Kirk murder industry. That, dude, seriously, that's like saying that, you know, there's still people debating, and rightly so, you know, can a plane take down 3 major buildings having no evidence of it ever happening in the past before, you know? There's definitely going to be an industry.
For the sake of Charlie's widow, Erica, for the sake of his kids, for the sake of his whole family.
Erica hasn't sold anything that wasn't already in something. Yeah, I get it. Fair enough. It was already there on the shelf, but it's like, it's a tough thing. Like, I'm not opposed to it. I'm just trying to hold him to his position. Like, there is definitely a mass market, even outside of Tapusa, selling like the Freedom shirt, like really getting into the namesake and the imagery and the rest of it of this and capitalizing it. Like, I'm just saying that exists. That just, you know, that's not peculiar to now. This is 12 months later.
As well as for the sake of his political legacy, and not least for the sake of justice. Tyler Robinson's defense can make its case. The state can make its case. The rest of us can comment as hard facts come to light from the authorities and from the accused. Those are my suggestions, since I was sort of asked. I have no expectation that anyone will pay any more attention to those suggestions than they...
I get it. There's a distinction between, like, a death of someone you know, because he knew Charlie Kirk, so it's a bit personal. So I understand his position. I would just say I'm not comfortable doing it. I wouldn't do this whole, like, added piety diatribe or whatever. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like, I mean, he makes money off of pornographers, like in an indirect sense, right? Michael Knowles. So, I mean, if you're gonna be consistent, it's like, oh, I'm gonna have Nala Ray on. It's like, I'm sorry, man. That's kind of. Now he might say, no, that's not capitalizing on a death. That's capitalizing on the death of a previous life, and now she's found, and she got baptized online, but she's still whoring it up on Instagram or wherever, you know. I don't know.
Did to my
what do I know?
Similar recommendations many.
Just an iconographer in
months
training.
Ago. But the best thing that could come out of this debate is for it to be the final word of the Charlie Kirk murder industry. If I thought that were likely to happen, I might have agreed to moderate. And I'm open to being proven wrong. I hope I'm proven wrong. But I wouldn't put any money on it. I'm Michael Knowles. This is The Michael Knowles Show.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I understand why he wouldn't. I actually said it before he was, like, considering it or whatever, not considering it. I just said it's a weird position to be in because of the topic, because of the circumstances. If it was something else, you know, I don't know, like something like the moon landing or something, I could see, okay, that's still divisive and sort of people hold dogmatic beliefs on that. But this is something where it's not just you know, the moderator can be blamed for stuff. The moderator can be really, like, focused on if they make a wrong move. You know, if Michael Knowles optically, even if it's not true, but if it's optically seems to be the case that he made a wrong move as the moderator, shut someone up too early or let someone talk too long or like was partial, if they get the sense of that, like he's connected to his entire, system he's in. His whole outfit, his livelihood, his quote brand, who he is a bit at stake actually. So I actually forget everything he just said with the piano music and everything. If I were Michael Knowles, I would actually not do this either because of that, because there's too much uncontrollable optics with this kind of it's risky. It is risky. It's risky. That's what I think. I think it would be risky for him. He would be good though. He would be a good moderator, I think. I think he's probably good at moderating. Scud presents Andrew Wilson. Yeah. I mean, that was on the table a long time ago. Israel owns India. Is that true, Vagine? I haven't heard that. She's like my intel, so. Israel put another 5 million on the dark side of the moon. It's weird because he's friends with Charlie. He was friends with Charlie and Candace. Yeah, that's too risky. It's too much of a... Honestly, who's a good moderator? I almost think Andrew should just be like, you know what? You can pick the moderator. I don't even care if they're completely biased. Don't even care. You know what I mean? Who else could it be? I mean, the thing is, a lot of people don't realize moderating's an actual, like a proper skill. So you couldn't just be like, for the fun of it, make it Ian Carroll. Just for the fun of it, even though he's so biased and partial, obviously, in Candace's favor. I'm trying to think of someone who's notable enough that would be partial, that's a good moderator. Like Jake is, but if you're talking about like knowability, notoriety, there's a reason the moderator would be kind of just as known or in between. It kind of makes sense. Even though Jake Rattlesnake is a good moderator, No, I couldn't moderate. Myron would be good, but again, is he big? Is he like it? This is what's interesting is like we're talking about people who have positions that can be argued, that should be argued, but the people are of a notoriety scale that almost warrants or expects that the moderator is somewhere in the ranks. Joe Rogan, to me, that was obvious, and he probably is just not good at moderating though. That's the part I thought of Silvar. That was more obvious. Because he's like, But I don't know if he's good at moderating. He wouldn't know the structure and the timing and the pacing. Jay Dyer, I've actually never seen Jay moderate. I've never seen Jay. Dave Smith, maybe? Jimmy Dore? No. James from MTAC. Alex. Oh, speaking of Alex Jones, I was actually surprised to see this too. Alex Jones comes out swinging against Wilson out of nowhere. Like now, I guess there's some background. I didn't see that there was anything really super contentious or personal having Alex Jones's son. What is his name? Spike, not Spike. Anyway, he's debated Andrew, and they've gone back and forth on some things, but I never got the sense that it was like gnarly, like at all. But Alex Jones comes out and he publicly claims Andrew a grifter with no real background to it from his position. So I was kind of like, wow, that's an interesting turn of events there. Is that just protecting his son Rex? Is that because is that what it was? Rex got kind of goofed on, and Andrew kind of handed his ass to him. And he's like, not my son. I don't know. Who else? Tucky would be good. I'm happy to moderate. I actually don't have a position on the Charlie Kirk incident. I'm more actually concerned with the tradition and the lives of furries. Actually invited some furries out to my cabin. Steven Crowder, he would do it. Yeah, he could be a good. He would actually. I think he would be a good moderator too. But there's so much tension there, Jeremy. Like the tension between Candy Owens and Steven, Candy would never accept. So, Candy wouldn't accept that.
It is 100% true Israel owns India.
Really?
Ping pong poop. Can you play me a funky jam?
They on the poopy. Just not Pierce Morgan. Not a good moderator either. Alex Jones called Andrew a grifter, and Andrew ratioed Alex. Yeah. And even Jay chimed in there. Dave Smith. Yeah, he could moderate. He's just... I've nothing personally against him, but I just don't like his whiny old woman Jew voice. You know what I'm saying?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
I just don't like how he talks. There's nothing against him personally. He seems like a nice guy, facing generally in the right direction, but I just can't take that voice. That I can't take that old Jewy talking. I'm just like, ugh. Why did you eat the cookies I gave you? I gave you the cookies. I made cookies for you. You're not eating them, and I made them fresh for you. Can I do that? Brett Weinstein, unbearable. Same thing. Same exact tone. Yeah, I tone police, okay? I admit. I can't really call people out for toning policing because I tone police them all the time. Sam Hyde, epic. Epic. Can he moderate, though? Yeah. Matan, no. Brett Cooper, Richard Dawkins. How about Erica Kirk? Screw it. Marco Rubio. Yeah, Mark Rubio. Yeah. Jordan Peterson from wherever he is, too. Like, just totally call in, right? I feel like we're missing somebody. Who are we? AI. Yeah, we're missing AI. That's actually who it is. Asmund Gold. No, he's too. He has to say his. There's actually not a lot of people who have the skill set of moderating. It's not just, oh, you're a guy and you let people talk and hit a button when it's time. Like, you have to have discretion. And it's not a common skill. It's really not. People think nothing of moderating. It really is. It's not a common skill. So, I don't know. Netanyahu. Yeah, totally. Netanyahu. Wes Watson, Sarah the Tomato. Yeah. What if Tomato Lady gets a huge comeback? Alex O'Connor. No. Sam. No. Stephen Molyneux. Actually, that's actually not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Donald Trump. I wouldn't be trash. I'm a really good moderator. I'm just not big enough. Whoopi Goldberg, however. What are you saying? See, I just want to I want to understand I gotta shit my pants. I got poopy in my diaper. Here's the problem with both of you. You both like Trump. So I can't sit here and pretend to be all nice with you. Oh, where's the bathroom? Oh. Oprah. Yeah. JP Uncut. Tony. Yeah, Tony. Al Gore. Speaking of Gore. 18 minutes. Only 1 out of 10. Look, I don't get $500 million to do a debate, okay? I don't have sponsorships. I don't have chew toys to sell you. I don't have dog food. I don't have beard cream. You guys got to help the little guys out sometimes, okay? Taylor Swift. David Icke. Oh, David Icke would be good. Dave Chappelle. I think we ran out, actually. Okay. So Michael Knowles was like, I'm a better person than this, and I will not. I will not. Okay. Well, who will? Who's going to do it? Who going to do it? Honestly, what if it doesn't happen because the failure to secure a moderator that was good enough and both people agreed on? That's why I think, like, it might be, if Andrew really wants this to happen, he might actually give chocolate candy pudding popsicle the choice. Maybe Dennis Prager can just sit there. You know what I mean? Nicolas Cage. Brian Atlas. Yeah, he could probably do it. I mean, they both been to that studio before, so that kind of makes sense. Brian's actually a pretty good moderator. He kind of stays out of it for the most part. I don't know. Molyneux? I think Molyneux. Maybe. Shane Gillis. I like it. I like it. Judge Judy, is she still around? Alex Stein could be, well, I think could Alex Stein actually keep quiet? He's like a real performer. Like he's like almost like Robin Williams level, you know, when people are always on. Alex is like that. So that could be, might not, Christopher Nolan maybe. Me? No, I'm out of the, I'm not even in the same apartment building as these people. He would just goon the whole time. He'd just sit back in his vegetative state. Rabbi Shmuley would be excellent. Mike Rowe, that's good. Who else is involved? Like, who knows about these little debacles, though? Who else? That's why I think Andrew could just be like, look, I'll give you your own retarded people. I think he should just give them like Ian Carroll. Just to showcase it. Because look, yes, you'd be guaranteed an unfair it's a disadvantage. It's partial. But the two of them, Ian Carroll and Candace Owens in the same room trying to make this work, would actually show more. It would actually expose a little bit more about their positions. You know what I mean? I'm being too humble. No, I'm not humble. I'm good at debate. I'm good at moderating. It's not a humility thing. I'm not at the notoriety. That's a numbers thing. It's not about like your value. It's just the number. Someone said Matt McCusker mentioned me the other day or some day, and then the person disappeared, and I was like, you bastard. Sitting here, you're glazing me, petting my ego, flattering me, and you don't tell me where, when, how? Is that some sort of troll? Where? Yes, I'm pathetic. I took about 20 minutes searching for it. Okay? There, I said it. Yes, I'm vain. Yeah, I have some pride. Yeah, I like when other people who are, more famous than me or, notable creator, comedian people like him, I like that. 10 teal. 10 teal what? 10 teal, well, 7 teal. We got 7 teals left, Job Runting. Nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? Nice to see you again. Did you take a good vacation from the inner screens, web screens, or what? Lil Wayne would be good. You call us a goal? Thank you. Well, I do a lot of consistent 10s. Just 10s after 10s after 10s for hours. Maury Povich. Jerry Springer, he's dead. Rob Schneider, could be good. Why not James? I just think it needs to be kind of a famous person, that's all. Shaquille O'Neal. Sexy Red. Yeah. Or bring back someone from the 90s. Carson Daly. Owen Schroyer. Yeah. That would be... Dude, you read my mind. Carson Daly. Owen Schroyer or Sam. Sam's even partial, too. That's actually Sam's, I think, friendly, maybe still with Andrew. Who knows? Definitely partial to Candy Owens' position. Sam Tripoli's definitely a truth or dart. So, I think that's it. That's pretty headline. Owen Schroyer makes more sense topically. And he'd probably be better at actually moderating. I've never actually seen Sam Tripoli debate or moderate. The person who mentioned McCusker said after that it wasn't a new reference from Dad Meat. It was a while ago. Nice. Well, I wish I found it. Kind of makes sense if that were the case. I have a buddy who's friends with Matt McCusker, so maybe he's been in his ear. Or just accept Knowles saying, "Hey, that's what my child's mom. I don't think it's the right." Yeah, he did. Well, look, he got a chance to do a very heartfelt demonstration of his impartialism and his piety. He was like, "Oh, this is great." He could have just been like, "Nah." Johnny Cochran. That seems to be it. Yeah, Holy Handmaid. I think that's pretty much it right there. Acceptable answers. Brian, Dave Smith, Owen Schroyer, Crowder, or Tucky, or Mel Gibson. Hi, I'm Chris Hansen. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Pierce Morgan. Kurt, no, not. Tom Holland. I don't know. I think that's it. I don't think there's many. Zenediah. Jimmy Dore. I've never seen him moderate, though. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of moderation, these super chats are definitely coming in moderation. 5 left, 10 minutes. You call that meeting the goal? Captain Crackrock, maybe. Yeah. Hank Hill. Tim Pool? He talks too much. He inserts himself too much. He always has to be the one who's going to say his thing, right? Sam Hyde is obvious. That would really piss people off. Because, they'd be like, I'm already annoyed that this topic is a debate and it's all, funded by money. It's a big, from their view, it's a spectacle and it's trashing the legacy of Charlie Kirk or whatever like this. But if they saw added in that Sam Hyde was the moderator, I think that would be the best, actually. Dr. Phil would be good. So who killed him? So if it's not him, who killed him then? Thank you, Berserk. Appreciate you. Sam Hyde, I think he could actually do it seriously, yeah. Yeah. I think they're missing out on that, actually. I think he would do it. Hey, let's campaign. You guys, we can make this happen, you guys. Don't be such a naysayer. Everybody, after this stream, massive amounts of comments on Sam Hyde, tagging Andrew and Candy Owens. Sam Hyde is the top choice. Simple. I'm not even joking. For some weird reason, that is somehow appropriate. Especially because people would expect, no, he's going to take the piss out of it. I don't think he will. And if he does, I'll have a talk with him. Right, Sam? He's in my chat. Where are you, buddy? I know. Okay. No, serious. I'm dead serious. I think we can get that to happen. By the way, I might be out of date. You guys tell me. You guys tell me if it's already been settled. Is there someone else? Let me see. Andrew. Let me see. Okay. Yep. Thanks for your consideration, he says. I understand without... Yeah, I got it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's been sorted out, so there's a chance. It might... I think it's just right. Or Peter Dinklage. I think it's actually doable. And he could be, you guys know, I mean, he's a wild man, but Sam Hyde can be very, very orderly and serious. Very much so. I'm pretty sure that's the answer, guys. I think we single-handedly figured this out. Brian Shapiro. That's funny. That's... Yikes. God logic. We already saw, guys, we solved it. Pearl, that's funny. We solved it. You guys now, Gavin McGinnis, that's not bad. That's actually not bad. Andrew agreed to Candy's terms, meaning he's representing Turning Point. No, I think they put that on the side. I think that was like the initial one that got me thinking, oh, she's not doing this. She made a proposition, a bullet point that's not possible. So it's not happening. Officer Tatum. No, he would be a bad moderator. Talks too much. The Hodge twins, both of them? Yeah. Who do you think killed him then? How you gonna jump down off a roof like that? Yeah. Said they secured a moderator but didn't announce it. Oh. Well, it's not Sam Hyde. David Pat, yeah, Pat Bet David maybe? They didn't announce it? That might be smart of them, actually. You know, that's probably smart. Yeah. Kenny Powers. Tristan Haggard, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Grace Thorpe. PBD seems to be the go-to, actually. That's probably a little more acceptable than Sam Hyde, honestly. That's probably it, actually. Who would put bets on that? I think we got it. I think it's PBD. Yes, indeed. Yes, sir. I noticed that Candace didn't seem to agree to the no ad hom piece. I can't imagine her doing the debate without calling out Andrew's character. Yeah, I kind of want to do a quick animation. Maybe it's in bad taste. I don't think it is. I love the idea of her making one of the preconditions that she gets to use a Ouija board to try to contact Charlie Kirk as a source. You know? Like, if I cared enough, I would probably animate that, like, today. But I'm so tired of caring. I'm so tired of Karen. Alex PWF? Yeah, right. Ethan Ralph? Well, wait, Tim Dill, is that, what is his name? Tim? Who's like pudgy guy? Talks a lot. Tim, is it Dylan? Tim Dillon. Yeah, that dude. He's good. He could probably do it. He could probably pull it off. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. The hell do I know? Are you guys listening to me anyway? Don't ask me. LeBron James. Sinbad, is he still around? But can they actually moderate though? I think Rogan's obvious. He just wouldn't be a good moderator. He'd be okay. He just wouldn't be the best moderator. He'd manage though. You know, the thing about him is he would have the good tech ready. Like if you're going to do references and videos and, you know, information and pictures and you want that pretty seamless, I think Rogan would be a good way to go based on just production value. Also Steven Crowder though. Steve Harvey would be funny. That's actually hilarious. Yeah. He wouldn't agree to it? Yeah, he probably wouldn't. He doesn't want to deal with that. He would be out of it. I don't know. I'm actually interested now. Who's going to be Godless Engineer? That's funny. Steve, these people. Ba-da-dee-doo-dee. Pull it up, Jamie. They should keep the moderator anonymous with a voice changer. That would be kind of cool. Talk about a watch party, though. Are you kidding me? That's like a watch party gold mine. For Rizzle. For real. I have 0 people in my chat, apparently. Look at that. Look at that number. Oh, hey, Vagine.
Jim Bob, I am an expert moderator in my country, as well as an expert at pooping in the street. Disgusting. Thank you very much for everything, Joratlandia.
That is a very generous donation, like the one I left in the public pool. Ugh, you people. You people. We're all bots, 0 people. Well, there's that. By the way, my guitar, shout out to Ruben. My guitar is it's actually moving along. You guys remember there's a guy who's a fan who's a Lutheran. And he was like, I want to gift you a guitar. I want to make you a guitar. And he's actually moving along quite quick. So I'm pretty pumped about this. Check this out.
Maple, the curly maple that I added to the inside to give a little bit of
pumped.
density, some mass to the sides, a little bit of stiffness. That way the guitar can project a little bit better. Because, you know, it's like the sides make the foundation of the guitar, and the back and the...
You guys can... He's just at a small channel because he actually has a full-time job. He just happens to be a really good guitar maker. So, you guys can actually give him a follow and watch this in its process. Give him some support. You know, it's not his main gig, but this is the channel. Let me see if I can get this out here. See that? Ruben right there. Take a screenshot of that. Go give him a follow. Because you can watch. He has about 8 or 9 videos up of this process from the beginning.
The front actually produced that vibration to the air to actually make the sound, right? So by doing this side lamination, I actually add more mass and it gives it a little more projection, right? So while I was doing that, while that was gluing up, I got the top and the back done, this. Right? So essentially I used the
look at that inlay,
guitar, right? So got that all sanded down.
Look at the back.
I actually cut.
You see the back under there?
The rough shape
that back
of the top and the back.
Look at that back. Ooh. And the neck is black. It's like a black wood or wood of color. Jim Bob's cousin. Yeah, we definitely come from the same shire. Yeah, I saw that right away.
So there you go. There you go. Soundboard.
Look at that.
One of the things I did too was reinforce the sound hole to make.
Anyway, you can go watch the developments over there. Very pumped about that. So cool. In another life, I would have been a luthier. Looks pretty cool. So shout out to him doing that. What a generous thing to make someone a handmade guitar that's actually valuable and plays well. I'm very pumped about it. I'm really pumped. He should moderate. Yeah, that guy should moderate. Doo-dee-dee-ba-do-ba-da-doo-beep-boo. What else have been up here? Covering that. Covered that. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting on a burnisher. I'm waiting on a burnisher for the gold leaf. When I start this next icon, you start with the gold leaf. You lay the gold leaf flat, and then you wait about, 2 hours, and then you go in with an agate burnisher. It's like a piece of actual real polished agate that's connected to a handle, and you, in very short, rapid strokes, you burnish the gold so it lays extremely flat to a mirror finish. Some of these processes I will document, but only when the icon is almost fully written will I unveil it. I'm not going to... I kind of want it to be a fun reveal. So, Sam Shamu, yeah, agate. Agate. What am I dipping? I'm not dipping. I have corrective teeth retainers or whatever. Snoop Dogg would be funny. Yeah, it's gonna be amazing. It's going to be amazing. And I'm all throughout the day, I'm reading iconography books, watching iconography videos. I'm just in it. I'm fully in it. That's why it's like, some of this stuff is hard to get into, the internet stuff recently for me. I'm just waiting to make. Jesse Lee Peterson could be good too. Probably not big enough, but look how common it is. Yeah, they all got blasted. They just failed miserably, those people. Is the debate going to happen for sure? I don't know. I'm not getting my hopes up. Even though that would be probably the most fun watch party ever. Get some whiskey, get some beers. Get a bunch of junk food, fat pizza food, wings. Just have a real party about it. That's what I would do. Nah, I mean, yeah, man. All right, let me find one more thing to get through. Let's do one more goal. Let's do one more aggressive goal. Send your favorite live streamer off successfully into the next portion of his day. Aggression. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Hunter Biden. What the hell? What the heck?
I don't think, because that's when I physically joined the protest at that. I mean, that's so crazy.
Well, I think you should physically join the protest now. I mean,
I actually wanted to talk to you about a photograph I saw of you with look like a 7-year-old in underwear. It's like, I don't mean to laugh. I think it's completely demonic, but it's a little bit weird that nobody's asking you about all of the things that have come to the surface after that disgusting laptop has emerged. Are we just sort of gonna forget about it all?
You're already there. And but anyway, I watched a lot of stuff that Andrew did. I really liked it, and I went on, and I think that the thing that kind of shocked people was my willingness to be completely open about all of about everything. Is that I welcome any question. I always say that addiction is never an excuse, but it's often an explanation for some of the things that people, the narrative that they've been told about me.
Well, I mean, there is definitely some narratives that that were told about you. Some of which include your father sending you off to do the dirty work in other countries and doing their bidding. But I actually saw the laptop images, and I was honestly disgusted.
And they did a beautiful thing to me that was ugly in the moment, which was they completely exposed me in a way that I don't know of any public figure or person associated with a public figure, particularly family, has ever been exposed. I mean, they literally stole 22 years of my entire digital footprint, from every deleted image to every deleted text to everything. And in that total exposure, there was nowhere to hide. And for me,
wait a second. Are you actually playing the victim right now? It sounds like he's blaming the people who were like, "Hey, buddy, you've got an interesting collection."
I realized is that the only way to
expose, you gotta wear clothes, bro.
Out was through, is owning the things that were true and speaking truth to the things that were false.
Oh boy, you could have an ex-resident Biden be the moderator.
And I did that with Andrew, and I thought it would just be a one-off, but then a guy named you're close with him, and I consider him a friend by text. I don't want to sully his reputation.
Yeah,
is Sean Ryan, and I sat down with Sean Ryan, and Sean is kind of MAGA.
Sean Ryan. I mean, he's kind of a meathead. I don't know if he understands debate fully. But Sean Ryan could be a moderator. Don't you think? Turn it off, JB. Maybe. So the thing is, I just don't care about him. You know what I mean? I just don't care about what he's saying. I don't care about a lot of things, and I don't mean that in a nihilistic way. My attention, my scope has been dialed. I think it was the iconography class. I honestly do. My scope has been dialed in. Like, there are things that are outside of it, and I was like, oh, well, I can aim that way a little bit. But you're right. I'm just like, who gives a shit? Mike Tyson. I just saw Mike Tyson in a show, and I was like, oh, that's cute. He always gets like a little cameo. But it's the show about EMTs or something like this. It's like pretty intense. It's like pretty intense show. And he's like the captain. He's like the chief. And he really is a terrible actor. I mean, the guy is like the worst actor. And what do we expect? It's like, I'm not expecting him to be a good actor, but he has so many lines. Megan and I were just laughing at him. He's like, how long you been doing? How long you been doing the EMT stuff? Get out there and save a life. Clear out your locker. Like, what the hell? Who thought this was a good idea? Is this like an artistic choice? Like, it's like they know he's a bad actor, but they include that in the choice. It's like a meta. It's like some sort of meta art. And he just said his lines are just throwaways. He doesn't even try. Get in the ambulance. Wow. You want me to do it again? I could do it again if you want. No, we got it. Actually, do it again. Okay. And action. Get in the ambulance. Got it. Nailed it. I mean, is this where we're at probably, though? I mean, if you have to get eyes on people, if you have to get eyes on, like, a project, you throw a curveball, maybe, and you're just like, yeah, he's one of the main characters. He's in the title screen, by the way. That's how much of a main character he is in this. I forgot what it's even called, but it's like, he's the last name on the title, on the front of the movie, or the show. He bites off the patient's ears. Yeah. If we don't care about anything politically, then how are we not exactly like the boomer generation? Well, similar to how the life of orthodoxy is at the parish level, I think the life of politics is a lot more than we think at the equivalent parish level, which is your community level. So I don't think you should not pay attention to politics, generally kind of know what's going on, but like the more applicable politics, actively speaking, would be your local politics. You know what I mean? So that's kind of it. It's not, no, the boomers just don't care. They didn't care about anything. No. I think it's just more about focus. Like, anything you can conceive that could happen at the national level, you still have to do the work at the local level anyway. So you're not going to convert America to a Christian sort of conception of Christian nationalism unless you have Christians. You know what I mean? So where does that happen? Well, that happens at the personal level. That happens at the parish level. You know, you can't vote at the national level and suddenly produce the necessary 300 clergy members the Orthodox Church needs in America right now. So there's so much more you have to deal with, you know? Hey, fools. Oh, you're still here? Did you come back for more answers in atheism? Do you know that answers don't even exist in atheism? Like, they have no ontology. You know that, right? 21 minutes, 8 left. This is going to be my last goal of the day. Hopefully some of my material comes in. I really want to start in this icon. I'm a real chomping at the bit here. Danny DeVito. Nice. We're doing a stream tonight, maybe for sure tomorrow. Andrew Kooming at 11 a.m. I challenge any one of you to tell me about essentials. Unbelievable, man. Poor guy. Talk about a boomer. This is the end of it right here. This is the final phase of the boomer atheists too. Like the boomer heterodox Christians, the dispensationalists, the Zios, they're in rough shape. All right, but there's an atheist version of it too. But it be bum 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 bonny boo. Right over said he doesn't even understand. Tony Hinchcliffe, he would roast them though. He'd roast them. The only reason atheism exists because they haven't actually met Pastor Mike. Yeah, that's true. That's right. He wants attention. I know he does. It's a tough life. You guys are afraid to come and talk to me? No, we just don't care. We don't care. I attended my first Divine Liturgy yesterday. Glory to God. Thank you for the $5. My parish live streams, but it doesn't capture the real thing at all. It was an amazing experience. Yeah, it's not going to get it. The full experience. Nice. It's so cool. We're afraid our IQs will drop. Well, look, you saw how they performed in the chat, right? It's just like, no, not a single counter argument. Not a single question asked. Just what is it? It's just yapping. Just yapping and yapping away. By the way, just if you guys haven't been here for a while, Answers in Atheism is the guy, infamously, maybe 2 years ago, told me in an exchange that he could smell morality. You guys remember that? Shout out to my OGs who remember this. That you can smell it. Martin Short as Jiminy Glick. Yeah, that could happen. You guys tremble at my mountain of knowledge. Look, he has 2 of them. There's 2 of them in the chat. This is Answers in Atheism. He has 2. No, you don't have any knowledge. Guy, you can't say knowledge exists under your view. There's no evidence of it. You can't smell it, taste it, change it, manipulate it. It doesn't exist under your view. Mike, you don't have knowledge. It shouldn't exist. You shouldn't believe in it. It's an immaterial, abstract, illusory fiction of yours. You should hold knowledge as illusory and fake and fictitious as we hold angels, based on your criteria. You silly. Maybe he can smell depravity. Yeah, could be. Sniffs the air. Back from the gym. I got to go to the gym. I've been getting a little bit fat. You know, I gotta earn back the ability to wear these cutoff shirts. Right now, it's just unearned skin showing. What is knowledge? Oh, hell, have I knowing that? What? What? The hell? You having a stroke? No. Oh my gosh, you're so dumb. You're so dumb. I said, from your view, knowledge would be as fictitious as you think angels are. It's like you gotta lower yourself to their retardation level. You just gotta remember, oh yeah, they don't know what they don't know what an internal criticism is. Did you just concede angels aren't real? Duh!
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
I said, according to your epistemic criterion, Mike, knowledge should be as illusory as angels. What are you, a junkie? What are you, polyamorous? Scoop, scoopy beep bomb. That's why it's so hard to keep up with them. It's like you have to teach them while you're talking. Like, that's like, you shouldn't have to do that. You should be able to just talk to someone and you don't have to like fully teach them. But no. You got to teach them the framework of actually talking to them. You got to teach them that while you're talking to them. He's a troll. He's actually, well, he's trolling, but he has a history here. He definitely has a history here. There's a video of him, oh wait, not him, his friend trying to debate me on the scientific method is so funny. What is it? Captive desk. Let me see if I can find it. Made by Jim Bob. You guys are going to remember this is hilarious, man. This is so funny. Okay, look. This is how scientifically illiterate these people are. Oh, look at baby Jim Bob.
Theory of evolution states. Now, are changes in allele frequencies testable, demonstrable, and falsifiable?
Changes? You can observe changes in allele frequency.
Okay, then the theory of evolution is confirmed.
I observed changes in allele frequency, therefore the theory of evolution is confirmed. Why would you need a theory if you just observe something? Because that's a phenomenon. There's no theory. Like if I observe something in nature and describe it, is that a theory?
Describing a certain aspect of nature.
Is that a theory?
Is each individual scientific theory.
Wow. Okay, so wait. If I observe the way trees transfer information, is that a theory or an observation of nature?
You would have to have enough information to make a theory about the trees doing a certain thing.
Okay, got you. So just
each
describing
theory is an individual aspect.
Okay, so then describing. Great. So describing changes, the observation of changes in allele frequency,
right.
That is an observation in nature, right?
That is what the theory of evolution states.
Hold on.
Confirmed.
No,
right?
hold on. I'm asking you. You got to follow this closely, okay? What's the first step in the scientific method?
The hypothesis.
The hypothesis. No. Wrong. No, an observation. You got that wrong.
You form a hypothesis from the observation.
Yeah, so the first step is an observation.
And an idea forms in your head at the same time, which is the hypothesis.
Well, and an idea forms in your head at the same time. Well, no. If I observe something, if I observe some phenomenon in nature. Hold on. You're interrupting. Don't interrupt. If you observe some phenomenon in nature and you can derive a theory from observations? No. You have to derive a theory from, you make an observation, Mike. You scientifically are literate, geriatric. You have to develop a theory through testing, and the hypothesis needs to be viable to test it. And that's what we call the experiment. And only from the experiment can you actually form a scientific theory. You can't just form a theory just from observations because you're not testing anything. That's not you don't have a hypothesis from just observations. You need to form a hypothesis, dude. This is like fourth grade science. Gosh. Simply describe the phenomenon. I'm not making a hypothesis because a hypothesis inserts a new question. Yeah, I turned gray. What's causing the phenomenon? I can describe any natural phenomenon without assuming a cause. I can just describe what I'm seeing. That's called an observation. So a hypothesis is when you start positing what might be causing the thing you're observing. Therefore, okay, if you observe changes in allele frequency, that's not a theory. That's an observation.
Scientific theory.
No, it's not.
Just
a scientific theory. A scientific theory. You just observe the scientific theory. It's right there in front of you, out in the parking lot, right there. Observation isn't a scientific theory.
What's the theory of evolution is?
No. Okay. What's required for a scientific theory? What are the constituents?
Substantial amount of supporting evidence.
Do you need an observation?
Observation is part of the scientific method.
Yeah. Do you need a hypothesis?
Hypothesis is before the scientific method.
The hypothesis is the second. Method. No, the hypothesis is the second step in the scientific.
You said observation. Observation is part of the scientific method.
I said the first step in the scientific method is observation. What's the next step?
It's a hypothesis.
Right. What's the next
step?
Then
you have to test your hypothesis.
An experiment, you mean?
Scientific method.
Okay. You mean an experiment? Right.
Yes. We can take samples from people all around the world and show that populations change.
Hold on. I'm not asking for your... No, populations change is another observation. Hold on. We're just still on the method here. Don't skip to your claims. So, a scientific theory... Claims. Hold on. A scientific theory is the tail end of the scientific method. You can't have a theory without doing the scientific method. So it's not like some big conspiracy, you guys. If you train enough of the population here through, public education, if you tell them enough times that, they don't need an arbiter between two competing hypotheses, they're going to accept things like evolution just wholesale because look at this guy struggling. He doesn't even know the basic scientific method. The scientific theory is the product of the scientific method, correct?
The scientific method can confirm parts of the theory because
the scientific method can confirm parts of the theory. No. You don't use the quote theory to confirm the scientific method about the theory. You use the scientific method to give you a likelihood explanation. That's what you call the theory.
Theory can include many different aspects.
No, the scientific method doesn't confirm. Okay, little boy, this scientific method thing you're reading about is second grade science? Yeah, I know. Do you think the scientific method changes when you become an adult? Huh? Do you think the scientific method just stops being the scientific method because you grow up? What are you, a nutcase? Firm. Everybody grows out of the scientific method. I mean, that's for children. The scientific method, which includes an experiment. What are you, a nutcase? What, did you poop in your adult diapers or something? And produces what the theory is.
Right. I make a prediction that populations with their allele frequency should change. They went out and actually swabbed people's mouths all over the place and confirmed it.
No, the hypothesis of something that changes is not a scientific experiment. Anybody can test that, right, and say, does the weather change, right? If I said, I want to
talk about...
I know we're talking about weather. I observed these goofballs are limp-wristed bugs, and I hypothesized I could box them in the parking lot. Scientific theory, start writing it out.
The weather, I want to talk about the theory of evolution.
I know. Okay, yeah, but it's similar because if I simply have yes, it is. I'm going to teach you
how. Weather is not a scientific theory.
Predicting the weather, right? What causes weather is not a scientific theory. Are there changes in weather?
Weather is not a scientific theory.
I'm asking you, if I say, are there changes in weather, is that a scientific theory?
It's not a scientific theory.
So how is it that are there changes in allele frequency a scientific method? If roasted. Oh my gosh, this is brutal. Are there changes in whether or not?
Because as I already gave you the definition, you need lots of supporting evidence.
No. The question: does the weather change and do alleles frequencies change? Are the same standard of question? It's the same realm because yeah, it is. Because you're simply asking a question about nature and does it change or not? That's an observation. So
these people are hopeless.
You saying simply observing changes in allele frequency is a theory. I'm demonstrating that it's not a theory to say changes in allele frequency. That's a description of natural phenomenon.
Disprove what it states.
Great. Let's take it through the scientific method. The observation is what?
The data.
No, data.
The observation is data.
You don't observe data. What's the dude? What's the natural phenomenon you're observing?
You can observe data like swabs from people's
Is data
mouths
found in
all
nature?
over the world.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, swabs. So your natural phenomenon is what? DNA
Genetic testing.
material, genetic testing. You're
testing.
observing. Okay, you're observing genetic data, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's your hypothesis?
If evolution is true, as to what it states.
If evolution is true, if I skip to the scientific theory first,
should be demonstrably changed over population.
Okay, let me say.
Has been
hold on a second.
Tested,
hold on.
It's falsifiable, which you cannot.
Hey, listen, Captain Dusk. Is the observation that changes in allele frequency?
You can call me Dave.
Dave, is the observation changes in allele frequency?
Yes, you can observe the data.
Okay, hold on. If the observation is changes in allele frequency, what's the hypothesis?
You're already past hypothesis. You're up to the science.
We're already past hypothesis. Oh my gosh.
No, listen. We already agreed the first step is observation. The second step is hypothesis. The next step is experiment. Listen.
Right.
Listen, you're not listening. Again, we both agreed on the method. If the observation, which is the first step in the scientific method, if the observation in this case is changes in allele frequency, something you can observe, that's an observation. I'm asking you. Hold on.
It's confirmed. Hold on. I confirm the observation.
I'm not talking about confirming an observation. Okay. If I see a tornado and I observe it, we're not talking about confirming whether or not I'm seeing the tornado. I'm granting that. Hold on, dude. I'm granting you that we observe changes in allele frequency.
There you go.
That's an observation.
So it's confirmed.
No.
So it's confirmed, the observation.
We're not talking about confirming an observation.
How is it not confirmed?
Dude, we're not talking about confirming an observation.
That's what the scientific method
No,
does.
it's not.
The scientific method is not confirming an observation.
If I observe a rainbow, and you observe the rainbow, no, you need examples because you're not thinking. Listen to me. If I observe a natural phenomenon, listen, is evolution a natural phenomenon? Is a rainbow and evolution subject to the same methodology of the scientific method? Yes or no?
If you want to test something, you run it through science.
That's a yes. So listen, if you observe a natural phenomenon, whether it's a rainbow or changes in allele frequency, and we both see it and confirm that we're seeing the rainbow, the confirmation of the observation is still the first step.
Yep.
I'm asking you, once we confirm the observation of changes in allele frequency, the next step is hypothesis. So what is the hypothesis?
No.
Yes. What's the hypothesis?
You don't go back to another hypothesis.
You don't go back to another hypothesis, he says. You start with an observation, and the next step is a hypothesis. He says, no, you don't go back to another hypothesis.
What do you mean back to?
You've already confirmed it.
Oh, so
we already confirmed it.
Hypothesis is, do we see changes in allele frequency?
Whatever it could be.
No, I'm in this instance, right? The observation is changes in allele frequency. The hypothesis is also changes in allele frequency.
Has it been confirmed through the scientific method?
No, you don't confirm an observation through the scientific method, dude. You observe. Do you understand what the scientific method? Listen, do you know what you're? If the observation is the first step in the scientific method, listen to me. Listen to me. If the first step in the scientific method is observation, how could you use the rest of the scientific method to confirm the first step? It's not the first step as an observation? What's the first step in a scientific method then, if it's not observation?
You already had your observation, and you formed a hypothesis, and then you test it.
So did you need an observation?
You need to test it, right?
Do you need an observation for the scientific method, yes or no?
I already said 5 times, observation is part of the scientific method.
Is it the first step? Yes or no?
It depends how you're setting up the testing.
Is the first step. Test what? How can you test something you're not observing first?
Has allele frequencies been confirmed to change over populations? Yes, you said so.
No,
that is what the theory of evolution states.
No,
as
it doesn't.
said.
No, it doesn't. Listen, guy.
No, it doesn't.
Let me calm you down because you're not thinking right now.
No, you're contradicting yourself.
Listen, no, I didn't contradict him. You contradicted yourself 3 times
already. You said alleles change over
that's an observation.
Allele frequencies change over populations is what the theory of evolution states.
That's why I'm demonstrating.
You agreed that
I
is
don't.
testable
No,
and has been confirmed.
Listen, you dope. I'm doing an internal critique on whether or not it's a theory or not, right? I'm steel manning your position. I'm not agreeing with your position.
Off.
Do you don't know the difference between steel manning and agreeing? He says fuck off and he cuts out. Unbelievable. Seeing you in color now seems almost foreign. Yeah, I don't belong in that world. Low amount of super chat. Conclusion, cheapskate confirmed. One more, y'all. Who's going to finish it off for the day? One more 50 seconds. Look at the rainbow. Kapow. Science. I saw a rainbow. I confirmed the rainbow. And now I'm going out to a gay bar. Confirmed. 30 seconds. One left. Reach that goal. Send me off. Send me off smiling. Yeah, he's talking to himself. F off. Sorry. Listen here, little fella. 18 seconds. Who's going to do it? 10, 9, 8. There it is. Thanks. Thank you so much. We won. Dope. Anyway, this is why it's so easy to refute these people. I'm just revisiting all of this stuff because, it's my wheelhouse. Evolution's my wheelhouse. Seems like there's been a value shift in philosophy of science. It's like they've decided that it's not worth being strictly logical, rigorous. As long as you can find results that support unjustified assumption, that's enough. You know what it is, Thomas? I really believe that it is the self-evidential model. Like the whole classical foundationalist approach that starts with the assumption that things are self-evident. I think people took advantage of that starting point, and they just assumed more and more things are self-evident. And that's kind of where we're at, unfortunately. We've moved very far away from proper science. People called it out too. There's like old videos from like the 50s, maybe even earlier, where they were making a public warning because modeling and math and computing, like early forms of computing, was being presented as a replacement for proper hard science experimentation. So that's where we're at. And that's why you get all these dummies in my chat who can't take you through the scientific method ever. I bring it up every debate. It's brutal. Go watch Planet Peterson, the original one. Is evolution the scientific theory? That original one, it'll blow your mind how much people have been indoctrinated in thinking that just observing data is the scientific method. It's bad. It's really bad. And they can't believe it. They're like, this doesn't make sense. Why is this creationist doofus giving us so much trouble? It can't be the case. And they're just in pure cognitive dissonance when they can't answer these questions. They're like, no, it can't be the case. No Christian's going to tell me about science. That's impossible. Oh, yeah. Most of astrophysics works from backwards. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's bad. It's a big mess. Big old mess. It's real bad. Nope. Don't like it, sir. Nope. I don't like it at all. Not so good. Is it? Alrighty. Let me see what we got here. Who's this? All right, who's live? Who is alive, as I like to say? Who is alive? There's a little riff I've been working on. It needs like a big drum kick drum. Like that. And maybe a tambourine. Modeling too? Yeah. Yep, modeling. That's right. It's pretty horrifying though. I'm a bit miffed. Is that the word? I'm miffed about it. And they get away with it. That's what's annoying. They all get away with it. Pisses me off. Makes me so mad.
I just get so mad.
Makes me real mad.
I just get so mad.
I know, Tony.
I just get so mad.
Tony, I know. Yeah, wailing harmonica would be good. It'd be good. Yeah. Good stuff. All right, well, there's nothing else here for me on the internet, so that means there's nothing else here for you. And that's how this works. What would it cost to get you to record and publish Mountain Town? Well, it would cost you guys just buying it after I do it, honestly. You can't really... It's not one of those things you could like fund and pay in advance and it means it would get done. So just knowing you guys would buy it, that's going to be enough. Now what I do is like I overcomplicate it and I realize that you guys like when I play music like raw, acoustic. You don't need much of me to like the music. But I have it in my mind, well, a recording has all of these things, and you need all these things, and you need a proper drum kit, and there's filler, and there's this and that, and it's like I just add all of that to the list of what's necessary, and then I basically paralyze myself. So I just have to kind of understand that just recording it and whatever it comes out to be, if it's up to my standards, you guys will like it and support it and download it. So, I don't know. It's been taunting me, so that's good. It's been taunting me. But if it was a number, yeah, $300,000, the internet is over. It kind of feels like that sometimes. As far as like what's out there, I'm like, what the hell? I've been in this zone for a bit too. Tell her about your nighttime chat. Oh, the my daughter asking me if, Daddy, do monsters exist? And I said, no. And then I turn around and I'm like, but demons do. Ah! That's usually on Saturday night. It gets them pretty much pumped for church the next day, every time. So that's good. Figured out a way. If you guys are having struggle, because kids, they're resistant to anything that's not, quote, fun. So I found that works. You guys can use your own expression for it, your own approach to it, your own tone. And then you turn off the lights, flicker it. Also, I forgot that part. You have to flicker their lights. There's something like, no, of course monsters don't exist. But demons do! Love you. Whatever works, I guess. All right. Who's on here? Who we got? Oh, man. Nobody. You know what? Nobody. Nobody exists. That's fine with me. I don't care. What do I care? What do I care? What do I care? Now I'm scared. Good. You should be. You should be. Guard your noose. Guard your noose. You're on? What's your channel name? Kabish? I forgot your channel name. And you do have a weird name, Kabish. What is it? What is it? What is your name? Boom, ba bum bum bum. It actually, that riff sounds really good with the recently I've been neglecting this guy. This is a rubber bridge guitar. Let me show you guys what it sounds like. It's got a really awesome sound, and I forgot about it because I got so in love with my Yamaha that I just ignored it. And then I plugged it in the other day, and I was like, ooh. You hear that? Is that coming through? Let me see. Where's the V? V guitar. Nope, it's not coming through. Here we go. Wait a second. Where is it? Where is that? Why is that not playing? The hell? Do you guys hear that? Oh, there it is. There we go. send you on your way. I got nothing else to say. Time to say all your goodbyes. Time to set your eyes on something else. Goodbye. You know what this reminds me of? This is like a worn out dude, traveler coming into a town, and he's already fed up. Nobody knows that though. He's sort of like Falling Down. You know that movie? But it's like Western version. His horse is tired. He's just done. He's done with it. Love that. Actually, I can totally visualize that. Goodbye.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught. All ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. That's another soldier got caught. On it what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.